Good evening, everybody. How are y'all doing? Carol, Gigi, Dorinda, Rich, I see Wildlife, I think, Josh, Wildlife, yes. How are y'all doing tonight? Rich, it's good to see all y'all. Let the party begin. Pass around the tacos. And I'm pooped. Another busy day. I have about 20 boxes stacked in my bedroom now. I want all y'all to come here and help. Oh, okay, Alaska's a little far. I imagine it's a lot of work up there, Rich. So I know there's a few people from Texas that watch this, but it kind of pertains to everybody that we've been talking about some of this stuff. And so this just came out today. Um, in June 2022, the Texas State Republican Convention adopted a resolution urging the legislature to put a referendum before the people of Texas in November 2023 to determine whether or not the state of Texas should reassert its status as an independent nation. So I thought I'd let y'all listen to this and see what y'all think. I was hoping D Dog would be in here. Maybe he'll be in here later and hear it some other time. Hopefully. Yes, Carol, I'm moving. I'm trying to get moved to my mom's. Yep, Rich. Winter and getting ready for winter. I know my cousin said it's only like 2 months of they what y'all call summer. All right, we'll play this and see what y'all think. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Okay.
Legacy is honored to join ABC 13 in celebrating Pride.
Okay, that's a
We're committed
commercial.
to caring for the LGBTQ plus community and supporting each individual's wellness journey without judgment or exception, and that will never change.
Legacy Community Health proudly sponsors ABC 13's Pride Month.
We'll ignore that.
Well. Good afternoon, fellow Texians. I am Daniel Miller, president of the Texas Nationalist Movement, and I'm so excited to be able to join you today to make what is perhaps one of the there's no getting around it. It is literally the biggest announcement that we have ever made as the TNM. But before we get to the announcement, I want to give you a little background to explain how we got here and why what we're announcing today is so important. You see, in 2005, the Texas Nationalist Movement was founded. And our mission, our singular purpose, was to secure and protect the political, cultural, and economic independence of Texas. It's no small task. You know, in 2005, the issue of Texas independence wasn't on the radar for most people. It was not talked about in political circles, but it was something that we knew at that time was the right thing. And we knew that thousands, if not millions of Texans harbored that sentiment. And of course, a key component of that foundation of the Texas Nationalist Movement was an independence referendum. an opportunity to give Texans a voice on their political destiny. Now, granted, the organization engaged in many other fights during that time across all three of those aspects of independence: political, cultural, and economic. We engaged in fights over the Alamo and our historical monuments. We engaged in legislative action that helped bring about the Texas Gold Depository Bill. But we never forget that back in 2005, the issue of independence was only polling in single digits. But it was amazing to us as we crisscrossed the state and engaged with Texans, how the idea of being able to vote on independence captured the imaginations and lit fires of passion in the hearts of Texans. Regardless of their political affiliation or socioeconomic groups or ethnic backgrounds, we knew that the very concept of self-government resonated with every single solitary Texan. So let me explain why we believe that is and how we got here today. You see, the Texas Constitution, as it currently stands, written after the Civil War, starts with these important words: that Texas is a free and independent state. But what many people fail to realize is that the very end of Article 1, Section 1, the very first words in our Texas Constitution, end with these words: that the perpetuity of the Union depends on the right of local self-government, unimpaired to all the states. So you see, it specifically says that Texas will remain in this union as long as our right of local self-government remains unimpaired. But think about the gravity of those words for a moment. You know, at the moment that the federal government imposed the first policy on the people of Texas that we did not want, or the first time that a law that the people of Texas passed was overturned by an unaccountable federal judiciary, Texas had the absolute right to reassert its status as an independent, self-governing nation. But you know, we didn't. Instead, we patiently bore the burden of trying to reform our relationship with the federal government and bring our 49 other member states along with us. We tried for decades to reform the federal government, to cut spending, to eliminate debt, to stem the tide of the encroachment on our personal liberties and our rights, to end corruption at the federal level, to do all of these things. We fought the good fight, much like Texas reached out and tried to reform its relationship with Mexico, and much like the 13 colonies implored the King of England to respect their rights and the right of self-government. But yet, much like their entreaties, our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. You see, the Texas nationalist movement since 2005 has believed that the relationship between Texas and the federal government has been and become untenable, unsustainable, and unfixable. You see, Texans are sick and tired of living under 180,000 pages of federal laws, rules, and regulations, administered by 440 separate agencies and 2.5 million unelected bureaucrats. We are tired of suffocating under a stack of federal laws that, if it were printed out and stacked, it would reach higher than the San Jacinto Monument. You see, Texans should be governed by Texans and Texans alone. We should never be in a position to have our political destinies determined by California, New York, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Massachusetts, or any other exterior body. Texas should be governed by Texans. We shouldn't have our livelihoods and fortunes determined by a politicized and unaccountable federal judiciary whose only motivation is to empower the federal system and deprive the states and the people of our rights. You see, this has led to some real consequences for us. Because of this imbalance, because of Texas' success, Texans currently overpay anywhere from $103 to $160 billion into the federal system, money that we never see again. That is unacceptable. The negative economic impact is the equivalent of a Hurricane Harvey event hitting Texas every 9 months. So you see, that's not the only part. It's not that they're stealing money from our pockets overtly. They do it covertly as well, just through bureaucracy. You see, the growth of federal regulations over the last 6 decades has cut economic growth by about 2 percentage points a year. So what that means is, although the average median income is somewhere north of $50,000, in the absence of those federal regulations, the average median household income would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $330,000. So just because of their ineptitude and their excessive regulations, they are stealing somewhere in the neighborhood of about $270,000 from you, from your family, from your neighbors, and they never bat an eye. You see, and the problem with this is this growth of the federal superstate is crushing the people of Texas. You see, it not only is Texas disproportionately affected by these regulations, but it also disproportionately affects the poorest among us. The rural poor, the urban poor, it doesn't matter. By destroying the incentive to start businesses and increasing the prices on goods and services, they are driving the working poor directly into poverty. And that is unacceptable. You see, and now as we continue to look at what is coming down the pike from the federal government, we can only expect more destruction from the federal superstate. I mean, look for a moment at the disaster that is how the federal government has treated our veterans. Or look at the mess that they've made of the immigration and border system, both creating unparalleled public safety and public health crises. You know, we see political promises coming down the pike that are direct attacks on the core industries that make Texas the 10th largest economy in the world. Agriculture, energy. So it's not just relegated to small and medium-sized businesses. Now the plan is to attack core economic sectors of the Texas economy. And that is unacceptable. Just over the past year, we have seen lawlessness, riots in the streets, not just in Texas, but in other places. And do we hear from the political establishment in Washington, D.C., condemnation of lawless acts? Absolutely not. What we see is the politicization of these acts and outright encouragement. And what we have seen more than anything else is we have seen the doctrine espoused by Karl Marx and Joseph Stalin, long cast off from failed communist states, take root in the hearts and policy promises of millions of those who would claim to be our countrymen. But it's not just these. There are many other reasons. But these are some of the reasons that the people of Texas have indicated in ever increasing numbers that they no longer want to be governed by unelected federal bureaucrats or inept politicians whose only concern for the real challenges faced by Texans is limited to raiding our paychecks for tax money or campaign cash. And you know, for years, as we have seen since the inception of the TNM, the people of Texas have been speaking on this issue. It's just that the establishment hasn't been listening. And in some cases, they have directly acted to prevent the people of Texas from having a definitive voice on Texas independence. You see, since 2009, the issue of Texas independence has been regularly polled by third-party polling companies. And over the last 11 years, we have seen support for an independent Texas increase from single digits to now what we believe is a majority of Texans. In 2009, a Research 2000 poll was conducted that showed a near majority of Republican voters and a near majority of independent voters believe that Texas would be better off as an independent nation. In 2014, around the time of the Scottish referendum on independence, a Reuters Ipsos poll showed that had grown to a majority of Texas Republicans, a near majority of independent voters, and even 1/3 of Democrats who said that Texas should become an independent nation. Then in 2018, a Zogby poll was released that showed that 39% of people across all 50 states believe that any state had an absolute right to leave the Union. And while those numbers obviously trended much higher in Texas, the fact of the matter is that the people overall support the right of a state like Texas to exercise its political will and reassert its status as an independent nation. This culminated in 2020 when the Republican Party of Texas added a plank to its platform with 93% calling for this very thing. So here's what it boils down to. And this has been the message of the Texas nationalist movement since day one. At a minimum, regardless of whether you support independence or do not, at a minimum, the people of Texas deserve to have an open, free, fair, public debate on the issue that culminates in a binding referendum on the issue. Much like we saw in Scotland in 2014 and the UK a few short years later in the Brexit referendum, Texans deserve to have their voice heard on their political destiny. So as I mentioned earlier, Article 1, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution is absolutely crystal clear on our path forward. Texans must be given an opportunity to vote on Texas becoming an independent nation. So it's for this reason and many others that since 2005, the Texas nationalist movement has championed a piece of legislation that would do that very thing. You see, we have been the voice of the people of Texas who believe that Texas would be better off as an independent nation and that we should have that opportunity to become an independent nation among nations. So now we get down to why we're all here today. It seems, my friends, that our time has come. As of today, Texans are one step closer to having our voices heard on the issue of Texas independence. We received word this morning that State Representative Kyle Biederman from Fredericksburg has submitted the Texas Independence Referendum Act to be filed in the next session of the Texas legislature. Long an impediment to giving the people a voice, the Texas legislature now hosts a champion for your right to be heard on the issue of independence. So upon its passage in the next legislative session, The Texas Independence Referendum Act will give Texans a vote on becoming an independent, self-governing nation. And should this legislation pass as is, you, the people of Texas, will have an opportunity to go to the polls in November of 2021 and cast your vote and answer the question, should the state of Texas reassert its status as an independent nation? You're going to get your say, folks. It's time. Importantly, this legislation codifies something that we have preached from the mountaintops since our foundation. And that is the words that are enshrined in Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution. When it says that all political power is inherent in the people and all free governments are instituted on their authority and for their benefit. And the people have at all times the inalienable right to alter, reform, or abolish their form of government in such manner as they may think expedient. So the people of Texas are going to be asked the question about whether they want to join 195 other self-governing, independent nation states. But I think it's fitting that it's State Representative Kyle Biederman that filed this legislation, because his entire career in the Texas legislature has been marked as being a champion of the people. As the first legislator to publicly stand up against the establishment for the people of Texas that had legitimate concerns about the Reimagine the Alamo project, Representative Biederman has proven time and time again that not only does he listen to the voice of the people, but that he will champion what is important to them. So it is absolutely fitting that Representative Biederman takes this heroic step. And make no mistake about it, it took great courage, as the Texas nationalist movement had worked with legislators over the many years. Many confessed to us their support for our work, but few would step forward and file the legislation to give you the voice that we fought so hard for. So it took a tremendous amount of courage. And so as Kyle takes the lead on this issue in the Texas legislature, the Texas nationalist movement is going to do everything in its power to rally pro-independence Texans from Dalhart to Del Rio and El Paso to Orange and all points in between in support of the fight that lies ahead for him in the legislature. Now, there will be a tendency for everyone to want to engage in the actual independence debate. And that time will come, but that time is not now. With the filing of this legislation, there are only two things in question, two sides of this debate. One side is the people that would want Texans to have a vote in their future. And the other side of this issue are those who believe that the people of Texas should be ruled and governed by a political establishment who believe that they know what is best for us and that we should not be able to vote on this. You see, this issue is going to cut across every party and partisan line that has existed up until this point. There are only two sides of this issue and only one question up for debate right now. Those are the two sides, and the question is this: legislators, will elected officials support the right of the people to simply cast a vote, to simply be heard? There is no middle ground from this day forward on that issue. Elected officials that are getting ready to take their seats in the Texas legislature, those that sit now in the governor's mansion or in the lieutenant governor's chair in the Senate, no matter who they They can pick one side or the other. One side is a political establishment that believes that Texans are too daft to govern themselves, that we are too simple, that we are too stupid to be able to even have a discussion and a vote on this issue. And then the other is the side of the people who believe in Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution. There are no in-betweens from this day forward. So let's get down to brass tacks. Many of you are going to want to know what you can do right now. And it's absolutely important that you take action. You see, because just like there are not two sides, there's no middle ground, there are only two sides of this issue for electeds. That is exactly where we're at right now. There is no role of spectator in this issue moving forward. If you want to see this legislation not only filed, but passed in the Texas legislature and moved on to a vote so that you can vote on the issue, then here's what I need you to do. First, you need to show Representative Biederman all the support that you possibly can. I can imagine right now, just a few short minutes into this announcement, that he is already receiving backlash from the people out there that are the political equivalent of flat earthers who say that it can't be done. So he needs our support to stand with him in whatever form that takes. But he will need you in the days, the weeks, and the months to come. He deserves more than your praise. He deserves every ounce of support that you can give him in this fight. Well, let's talk about concrete actions that you need to take right now. We cannot and must not allow Representative Biederman to fight alone. Instead, what you need to do right now is pick up your telephone or go visit your state representative and state senator and tell them that you expect their support for Representative Biederman's bill. You expect their support. We have all the information on our website, so you can talk about the legislation. You can download a copy of it and be able to articulate the positions accurately and with the customary passion that I know that you argue this issue with. But they need to hear from you. Tell them you do not expect them to allow Kyle to be alone on this issue. Now is the time for them to pick a side. And then here's the final thing you can do. You can help us as the Texas Nationalist Movement continue to do what we have done, to do the things that got us to where we are today, to this very moment, to getting this legislation filed, and to help us carry this through the legislative process and beyond. See, it's not enough to just get the bill filed. We have to get it through the legislature. So we have to get this referendum, but then we have to go on to win the referendum, and all of that work starts right now. I'm going to encourage you, go to our website at tnm.me, and you can go to specifically the section on our website that deals with the Texit issue, tnm.me/Texit. You can find out everything you need to know about the Texas Independence Referendum Act. You can get your questions answered about Texit, all of the usual questions that people have. It's a benefit of being engaged in this fight for 15 years is, yes, we have thought this through. But more than that, don't just go to our website and read. We encourage you to pledge your support, to join our organization, and to donate for this fight that is ahead. We have a lot of work to do. If we're going to carry this message from Dalhart to Del Rio and El Paso to Orange and all points in between, we need all the support that you can give. We did not come this far just to come this far. We have to get the referendum, and we have to win the referendum. So I'll leave you with this. Many people will try to cast this as some reaction to this most recent election. And while I'm sure that it is factored in the minds of many people, understand that that is not the two sides that are occupying this ground right now. The two sides in question are the two sides that I laid out a moment ago. And the questions that people have to answer when they are considering supporting just this right. We have to ask ourselves, does the Texas Bill of Rights still matter? Are the principles that the men fought and died at the Alamo for still relevant in the 21st century? And are those who publicly champion the right to vote honest about their intentions? Or is it just empty political rhetoric and partisan posturing? I can tell you, for me and for the Texas nationalist movement, we're going to use this opportunity to make good on the words of Sam Houston when he said that Texas will again lift its head and stand among the nations. My friends, that time is right now. And the question is, will you stand with her?
Woo. No, my voice didn't change.
Now, he did say 2021, and hopefully he meant 2022. I don't know the timestamp on this.
No, it just came out today. It was 2022 is what he meant to say, I'm sure.
Well, I hope like hell that Texas does. And I hope like hell Oklahoma will follow, because if they don't, I will move to Texas.
And that's what I mean, this says June 2022.
Okay. Well, and it may have been a recording someone pulled up from somebody else, and they're just now playing it. I don't know.
Well. Good afternoon.
No, you're not starting over. But I know that if that happened, other states would follow. And
I would think Oklahoma would be bailed off in the middle of that too.
And that Kyle, what was his name? The Texas legislator.
I don't know. I don't keep up with him very much.
Texas legislative. Person. Yeah.
Was it? Are you talking about the lieutenant governor?
No, it's a state representative, Kyle Biederman
Okay, yeah, Biederman.
of Fredericksburg.
Yeah.
That's really close. I'm like, wow. Everybody moved to Texas. Tennessee Ridge Runner. I totally believe that because I've been to the Alamo several times, and because one of my great up there somewhere he fought there, and there is a lot of names from Tennessee. I think it's kind of amazing that so many from Tennessee came to help in the fight. But then a lot of us were from Tennessee. I think my family came from one of the Carolinas. I can't remember if it was north or south. Um, there was a letter from the mother to her two sons that came here on horseback to fight in the Alamo, but my uncle got it and it hadn't ever been seen again. But they didn't make it in time for that one. They were in the. Oh, wow. That's a big one, Tennessee Ridge Runner. Wow. Um, yeah, they made it to, I guess it was the Battle of San Jacinto was the next one.
Yep.
Yeah. Davy Crockett. It's pretty amazing. I was excited when I saw that, and I just thought y'all might want to hear it.
It was
Hope.
very interesting to listen to, and I think, well, I would think that if Texas would go independent, it would promote Oklahoma, Kansas, Louisiana, Arkansas, probably all the way over to Georgia, maybe even all the way down to Florida, to go independent and become its own states and become its own nations. Because I know there is a shit pot full of states that are sick of the federal government. And it may run right up, it may divide this country right in half from, you know, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota. Colorado is going to be a joke. And, New Mexico may be kind of a wishy washy on it, but there is so many states that would bleed off into that. And it would divide this country in half. Now, is that a bad thing? At the point we're at right now, I don't think that would be a bad thing. I think if the
If the
federal
federal
government would stay right there in their little 10 square miles and just govern themselves and beat up on themselves, that would be the best bet. Because it leave us the hell alone. That's all we care. Leave us the hell alone. Like that guy said, there's
Each
what
state should be able to govern their own state.
yeah, and you're talking about, Texas, 1.5 billion or better, or 160 billion dollars, that was they don't need the government's money to do anything. They would have a budget so big they couldn't spend it all. Even if they redid every damn road and dirt road in school in Texas, they would still have plenty of money.
Yep.
And that's what just floors me is why states take this government money and then have to be told what to do by the government when the government has no business and by law and by constitution has no right to be in our lives. Period.
Yeah.
They've got
And
their own military. They've got their own militias. I mean, I just don't understand why these states are so ignorant. And maybe it's just over the years of being beat down by the government that they finally give in. I don't know what it caused that, but I just can't believe that all 50 states just give in.
okay. Yeah. And
So I'm
TJ
sorry.
Cats, um, I don't think it would affect Social Security as that money would go to each state instead of to,
To the pockets of the federal government.
right. And um, I can't see why they would need a passport. You don't have to have a passport to get into DC. So, no, I can't see why you would have to have that. Actually, I don't remember having to have a passport to go into Mexico.
I'm going to tell you one little law, and I'm going to recite it verbatim. and it will clear up that stupid ass law they try to push, have a half passport. Now, whether you get on a plane or not, that may be a different story, but it's Hale versus Hinkle. It's a 1906 law. It's 201 US 43 at 89, and it's called the right to travel. You do not drive down the road, you travel. You do not have to have a tag on your car. You do not have to have a driver's license. You do not have to have insurance. And that is Hale versus Hinkle, and it has been fought 1,600 times all the way to the Supreme Court and has won every time. Hale versus Hinkle has never been beaten because it is called the right to travel. Now, if you work for the federal government, yes, then you have to have a driver's license. But if you do not do it for profit and you're just going to visit or going to look for a job or anything like that, that's traveling. You are not driving. That is the big difference. And people, they pull you over and said, well, you were driving and you swerved across the center lane. No, sir, I was not. I was sitting in the driver's seat. No, I was traveling. And it's almost like asking for a court of public record. It yanks their feet right out from under the. Now, don't take my advice, guys. Go look it up yourselves. I'm just letting you know that that is a freestanding law that has never lost, never once in the United States.
That's
And I'll
amazing.
repeat it one more time so everybody can write it down. Do your homework, people. It's a 1906 law. It's called Hale versus Hinkle, 201 US 43 at 89. In case anybody really cares.
Hey, turned.
Hey guys, that was some really, really, really interesting news from Tennessee Ridge Runner, wasn't it? I was like bouncing
Yes.
out of my freaking seat. I'm just excited about it. Like, wow. I mean, I've only seen TV shows with David Crockett, so I don't know anything really about him, except, he had the hat and the whatever, and I liked him and whatever. But that's really awesome. I'm really excited that I know somebody that was related. I'm just really pumped now. I'm sorry. And hello, Mary Freeland.
What was that song, Davy? Davy Crockett?
Yeah.
Lived in the wild frontier.
Yep.
We used
Well,
to see that as kids.
and that's the thing is, um, so many of us are related to so many people that had such a big effect on Texas, and that's where, um, once you get here, it's really hard to leave. Um, well, I've been here all my life, and the Texas Rangers, we, I don't know, it's roots, it's roots, and that's what we all need to do. Get back to our roots, just like before. God, family, country.
I want to tell you, I sit in this chair many more years, and I'll probably be growing roots right out my ass.
Yes, Tennessee Ridge Runner, I know that about you.
Yep. And
Wow.
a lot of us feel the same way. That's what I keep saying. It's like it's in our blood. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I think it's the way we were raised, because that's the way it's been from our forefathers on. Is don't You just don't let people walk all over you.
Like I said, my dad's side of the family is all from Texas, every one of them,
Yeah,
and it's a great place. Now,
it is. I kind of wish that they would get into the border thing, but actually, that would be included. If that happened, we can shut off the border without any um, interference from higher up, if that
yeah,
makes any sense.
Texas never needed permission to close off the damn border. It's just they let the federal government come in and control the situation, which they should have never done, even if they wasn't independent, which they, if I'm not mistaken, Texas went independent quite a long time ago, and people have just forgot about that Texas state legislature, and they allowed the federal government back in. Because if I'm not mistaken, 20 years ago, Texas went independent.
It said something about that. It in the article. Um,
It's just they never enforced it. That was the problem. They
maybe
never stuck to it. They did for about a year, and then they got laxed, and you got some wrong politicians in there and bureaucrats in there that convinced them they needed the government help. No, what they needed was to, because the only thing the government does is take money from you and never helps.
yeah. And
They, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. What made me look at this article was the title is No, Texas can't legally secede from the U.S. despite popular myth. And so I was reading it, and then um, at the top of it is a is the recording of him speaking, and so I listened to it, and I was like, oh, but it did say, um, oh gosh, it's probably for some reason. Okay, secession and independence have been perennial themes throughout the history of Texas, which broke away from Mexico in 1836 and was an independent republic before it was annexed by the United States in 1845. As the United States was torn apart by divisions over whether slavery could expand into the nation's western territories, Texas in 1861 voted to secede from the Union. In the ensuing Civil War, up to 750,000 people, more than 2% of all Americans, died. Following the defeat of the Confederacy in 1865, Texas was formally readmitted to the Union in 1870 during the Reconstruction era.
That
Um,
error was probably more correct.
and despite perennial talk of another secession, the law is clear that Texas may not leave the Union.
Uh, that is not correct
Right,
because any state can succeed from the Union. It just has to write a affidavit saying it is no longer going to be part of the federal government and it is its own entity and it's done. There's nothing that anybody can do about it. Oh, they can throw a fit and jump up and down, but who cares? They do that anyway.
right. Then it says the idea is most often raised by conservatives in the state who are angry over some kind of policy coming from the federal government, and the calls seem to become more frequently when a Democrat is occupying the White House. State Representative Kyle Peterman Fredericksburg filed a bill in 2021 to create a referendum election on whether Texans should create a joint legislative committee to develop a plan for achieving Texas independence.
Well, nobody is bound to the Union. Union was a volunteer state by state. So, there shouldn't have to be a paid elected committee to undo your volunteer status with the federal government. That is bullshit. That is a lie. And people just don't realize you've got to read not only the Texas Constitution, but the Oklahoma Constitution, the federal Constitution, uh, the national Constitution. I mean, it was a volunteer deal to join the union. And the only reason they volunteered was because they wanted federal government's help. Well, when Texas, and I'm going to include Oklahoma, have two of the biggest military forces in the United States. Florida's pretty close, but when they've got two of the biggest military operations in the United States, I'm pretty sure that we could take care of ourselves and we don't need the federal government poking their nose in our business and taking our money and sending it to you everywhere in the world but here. I'm, I'm pretty sure that would be a good idea because that would pretty much cut them in half. California does a big job of, paying into the government, but they're just a joke. California is a friggin' joke. I would never live, and I have no even want to go to California. I have never wanted to. I've always known it's a crooked, weird place. Taxes are too damn high. Houses are too damn expensive. They always try to regulate all the damn laws on your vehicles. It, California is a joke. I used to make the joke that if it fell off in the ocean, because of the San Andreas fault shook, I always said, well, that just gives, us a little more room to breathe to get rid of them. There's nothing in California that amuses most Americans other
No,
than the beach. And it's cold ass water anyway. So go to the Atlantic, not the Pacific. That's my theory.
well, yeah. And there's only certain parts that you can even get to the beach.
Oh, absolutely.
But the article itself, this will explain why it's written the way it is. Um, Eric McDaniel, Associate Professor of Government at the University of Texas at Austin, is the one who wrote this article or gave the information for it. He is not the one that was speaking, but he's the one that did the article. So, and Austin is very liberal, always has been, and so uh, it doesn't surprise me that they're saying those things. I think Houston is kind of divided now. They've always been pretty uh, Democrat, but people are waking up. It. I know people in some of the northern states are not seeing it, but in our cities that have the big cities that have been predominantly the one way, um, they're they're starting to see, and it doesn't matter what race, color, what anything. Can I say it on here without getting thrown off? Once they've seen the worst president ever, they pretty much start changing their mind.
Something like buyer's remorse.
Something like that.
Like going to a used car lot and it's buyer beware. Once you buy it, it's on you.
Yeah. Um, One of my daughters posted something on Facebook today, and it was just some little stupid thing. And my friend, she just put a laughing face instantly. And Laura just looked at me and I said, Laura, don't even try to respond. It'll just turn out not good. I'm just shocked. Family friend of 40 years that uh, 4 years ago, politics became a thing between us. That she won't even talk to me because I might mention something about a politic or something. It's crazy.
Sad, Bonnie. That's sad. I'm sorry you're going through that.
No, that it. It's in the Bible. Families will turn against family, friends against friend. It's all there. We just have to still love her, and if she needs anything, she gets it. It's She would never ask. I mean, we don't do that, but I know if she needs something, and try to make sure she gets it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Vicky, I did see your comment. Thank you for the comment. I appreciate it. I do recognize people in the chat. I read the chat. There's not all the times I comment on it right away because I don't want to interrupt people in their conversation or break the chain of thought people have. So, Vicky, I did see it. I'm sorry.
And Carol, you're right about California. There's more patriots there than people believe. Um, my brother, he's in California, and I don't know why, but uh, about 4 years ago or so, every night, 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they went outside, started hooping and hollering, ringing their cowbells, blowhorns, whatever they had, and they would do it for 5 minutes and then they'd go back in. The whole neighborhood, I don't know if it was all over the whole town, but it sounded like it when I was on the phone with him. Well, I guess it's a city, not a town. I call everything a town. Just, but I don't know.
Well, Bonnie, I guess if you wanted to be proper, you could call them societies. You know,
Hmm.
Imagine that.
Like we didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get me one of them there rainbow colored wristbands. I'm sure I'd look pretty sexy in one of them.
Well, if you had your green tights and your tutu on and your little wand, you'd be really something to see then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Put on my high heels. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up, but you
No, it's all good.
you stepped right into that with the rainbow bracelet. Sorry,
Well, you know,
I
Well,
had
this
to I had to
I'm
configure the whole outfit for you.
I'm used to stepping in shit because I deal with the government. So
and Dorinda was the one that added the tassels and
I don't.
sparklies.
Oh, I'd wear
Yeah,
tassels.
and the
Hell yeah, I'll go
wand.
shirt. I'll go shirtless and wear some tassels as long as they got the dangly things that'll spin around.
Uh-huh.
Hell yeah,
I
sounds
I can
fun.
set you up, man. I can set you up.
The only bad thing is you pull them off and it damn it, it pulls a lot of damn hair.
Yeah.
D-Dog.
There he
Yeah.
is.
I hope you heard the beginning. So you see this? The Supreme Court has rejected Bayer's appeal to shut down thousands of lawsuits claiming its Roundup weed killer causes cancer.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I think conservative posted that yesterday somewhere.
That's good.
Could have been here, but I don't know where.
I think it
But
was
I saw
last
it.
night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of good. I mean, mine are really low anyway.
Mine are really, really strong, so I'm
But
gonna
what
use.
business is it of theirs?
Once
Oh, they
again,
just
they have
want
no
to
business.
control us. Sorry, Shane.
No, you're good. You're good, hon. You're good. Like I said, I don't. I try not to get too excited about simple things. I don't mind someone stepping on my toes. It's when they stomp on them I get upset.
Okay, what is this one? 6 to 3 to uphold religious
That's
freedom and
awesome.
school choice. Yay. Tax dollars can be applied to the school your child goes to, regardless if it's
Yeah, well, there's a problem with that.
right.
That statement is true, and they want the money to go to where the kid goes to. But you know what's funny is the federal government issues to certain places, and if they don't want you to go there, they don't get the money.
That's awesome.
Oh, cool, cool, nice, beat up.
Yes.
Yeah, so the states are kind of limited on where they can send the money, or they don't get it. So we still got to get the federal government out of the damn way.
Yeah. They need to get out of our damn business.
They have
Out of
Well,
no
our
business.
out of our bedrooms, out of our business, and out of our lives. Plain
Yep,
and freaking simple.
I've been saying it for 30 years.
yeah. Well, remember elementary school? We had a big chief tablet, a pencil. I don't even know if we had a pen in elementary.
Nope,
And
all pencil.
yeah, and well, the the sharpener was on the wall.
Yep, right up by the door.
So I can't remember anything else that we just actually had to take. We put our name in the school books, turned them in at the end of the year. Yeah, and there were a lot of names in that school book. It wasn't a new book every year.
Nope.
Nope.
No, it's the same damn book. Had 400 names in the damn thing.
Yes, number two pencil. There you go. Yes.
Well, ours
And
were HP. I don't know if HP is a number two or not, but ours were HP. They had the little letters on them. I don't fucking know. They didn't have a number two. They had HP. I don't know if
so
that's the same thing or not.
that the schools need this much money every year is just really shocking to me. And then, even then, though, with the government funding the schools so much, um, Tatum, you would not believe the school list. Even with Shannon and Laura, the school supply list was like, oh my gosh,
6 fucking pages long. Oh,
two
sorry.
kids, and I know I spent at least $100 or more, and and so they're telling you to get like 6 boxes of Kleenex because they want you to supply everybody else too. Well, if every kid is doing that, you're not supplying everybody else. You're Where's all this Kleenex going? It's just
Well,
That
and
the
it
Kleenex started
is.
after my kid left because they wouldn't have got Kleenex. They got a roll of toilet paper. There you go.
Well, welcome to government funded schools. They tell you to bring all this crap, and then all that money. Where does it go? Where does it,
hmm
I mean,
because they don't spend a damn dime.
the
Their
kids
books
have
are 400 years old,
the
and
kids have to pay for field trips.
oh, there is no such thing as field trips anymore unless you go out and do a fundraiser for the school. And so now you're raising more money. Yeah, there is no such a thing anymore. It's all
Well, I know at the
it's all
school
a friggin' lie.
that I
yeah,
worked at, we would the lunch ladies would get together and we'd grab all of our junk shit, okay, and other people would start donating after the second year, or whatever, and we would have a big kind of like a big garage sale for the kids to buy Christmas presents for their parents and their brothers and their sisters and their whatever for their families, right? And we did this for 13 years.
yep,
And we never raised less than 908, like between 900 and $1,500 a year.
yeah,
We nickel and dimed those kids to death. Okay. And if the kid didn't have any money, you come see the lunch lady because the lunch lady would fucking pay for your shit for your parents. It didn't
yep,
matter. That's what we did. And we would put the money physically in. We wouldn't just let them get it for free. We would put the money in. But the money that we raised, because we did a snack program for the kids, half the money would go to the snack program, and the other half of the money would go so that the kids wouldn't have to pay for field trips.
that's awesome.
That's
And
what that's what we did for our kids.
that's what the PTA did. We Anything that was needed, there were fundraisers, there was car washes, there was whatever. And that's what Carol's saying, that they bought her glasses, and that's awesome. And there was this one boy in school that um, could never afford shoes. First day of school was getting together and bought him a pair of shoes. Went down to we had a general store. They weren't fancy Reeboks or anything. I don't even think anybody wore Reeboks back then.
Mm-mm.
Whatever. It wasn't a you had to have something better than anybody else in those times.
Mm.
There were a couple, but nobody to even worry about.
Yeah.
And that all changed drastically.
Yeah.
The social status that you had to uphold in school, and
Well, at the school that my kids went to, it was there was a lot of transient kids at it because it was a downtown school. Um, so if a kid needed something, it didn't matter if it was a teacher, a lunch lady. I mean, I've bought. kids' shoes.
Yeah.
Asked them what size they were right now. Check their feet. I would measure their feet with a freaking ruler and take the ruler to the store and buy that size of shoes for that kid. It didn't
Yeah.
matter. If the kid needed pants, okay, kid came to school, his pants were wrecked or cat peed or whatever.
Right.
Because I was there getting ready for the snack program. If a kid came in and the principal had him in the office and I happened to see the kid and I'd say to the principal, what's wrong? Why is this kid in the office? I would say to the child, what size are your pants? And I would be gone to the store before the principal could say, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Like we just did what we had to do for our kids. It didn't matter. We crocheted hats, mitts, and scarves so they'd have winter stuff because our kids didn't have those.
Well, and that's the way we all should be. That's giving what we can
It's
to get them through. They didn't care when it.
my kids wore
When
Zeller shoes, which is
yeah,
like Kmart. Okay,
we
they
used to have a store called Wins. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of a Wins, but it was a it was like a five and dime kind of store, and uh, that's where my shoes came from.
9 times out of 10, my shoes come from Value Village because I'm a cheap bitch. Although I did buy a really expensive pair of shoes for work this year because my foot was acting up and I needed support.
Well, yeah, as you get older, things kind of
I mean,
change.
it's the first time in my freaking life I spent $140 on a pair of freaking shoes, period, ever. I was like, oh, Jesus. But I needed them so I could continue working.
Growing up,
Sadly, that's true. What life? We need to
Yeah,
get back to that.
we need to get
yes,
back to
yeah,
that. Yes.
yeah. Growing up, my mom always shopped at. There was a little trailer house basically across the street from the school, catty corner, and it was called Second Hand Rose, and her name was Rose,
Yep.
and everything was second hand. And most of my shoes growing up through school was bought second hand.
Yeah.
Whether she found them in the trash or wherever, I don't know. Or someone donated them to her. You know, they dropped off all kinds of clothing. We bought. I can remember us going in there all the time, and it was like a supermarket to us here in this little town
Yeah.
of going and getting clothes and shoes. And I remember one year I wore a pair of football cleats all the way through fifth grade. Yes, in
Yep.
the
Did you
school,
play
and you
football
can
too,
hear me.
Shane?
Uh,
Did you play football too that year?
no, that I just wore the damn shoes because we bought them,
They
and it's
just knew
only
where
made
she
my
was.
feet.
They heard him coming.
Oh yeah, you'd hear all them plastic cleats, the damn floor, every
Yep.
every damn step, and I was proud of them damn things, you know. So I like I said, I keep telling people I grew up hard. We was broke. We didn't have no damn money.
Well, and that's
I never complained.
yep.
No,
Well,
we didn't
there wasn't
either.
nothing to complain about. As
We
long
didn't
as you
even
had clothes and
know that
shoes.
we were poor.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
everybody else is in the same goddamn boat as us. Nobody ever had
Miranda,
anything better than we did. What did they swear again?
Yeah,
GD.
What? What? Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get zapped by God. That's just gonna be the way it goes. I'm gonna be on your show, and lightning's gonna come and zap me dead while I'm talking on the show.
Yeah,
Or it's gonna be a shot in the ass, and We're all gonna know. Oh, she did it again.
That straightened her ass up.
I
Well,
don't
yeah,
think I don't think my kids realized we were poor until maybe junior high, high school is when kids started getting
well,
mean.
Oh,
uh,
And
I got
when I
made fun of all the
when I
time.
moved when I moved from my small town to the big city, not really a big city, but it's a big city. Um,
you're getting yelled at.
yeah,
And
I am. I saw that, and I
okay.
apologize. I didn't even realize I said it, so I apologize. But I knew there was it was a little bit off, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Because I was at the point where if you don't like me, stick it. I didn't care. You
I
don't
got
like
a
the way I dressed? Suck my ass. I don't care.
I got a little gal I went to school with. She was the upper class, and I used to walk her home, and I'd have to walk past my house all the way down to hers, even in the dead of winter when it's snowing and blizzard. Then I'd have to go back 6 blocks back to my house. But I do it, and we become good friends. But that's all it ever was. And she always, when I see her now, she makes fun of me. She gives me a lot of crap because she goes, "You remember them sweaters you used to wear?" And I said, "Yeah." Damn it, Ridge Runner, you're breaking my concentration here. And I said, "Yeah," because my mom would make my sweaters. They'd be knitted. And she says, "Go look at Where's Waldo." And so she gives me crap all the time about I always look like Where's Waldo. We was, and so she gives me a razz of crap about that. And I can't do nothing but giggle because I know what she's meaning. And if you've ever seen Where's Waldo, and it's usually on cereal boxes on the back of them sometimes too. He always wore a long sleeve sweater, and that's what I was wearing, and mine was knitted. Looked the same damn way, and that was
Was
one of
it
my
Did
that
it
was
have the
one of my
red
favorite
stripe?
sweaters.
was it striped? Because I
Yeah,
had because I had a red and white striped sweater, and I wore it to Christmas dinner. And my son took a picture of me and put it on Facebook, and it said, "Where's Waldo?" I'm like, "You're a
My
brat."
my aunt always knitted me a sweater, but she always knitted an animal on the back of it. It was either a dog or a wolf or a bird, whatever. It didn't matter. But I would wear that sweater so proudly. I was tickled pink to wear that sweater.
Yep, my grandmother made my clothes back when I was in school. You had to wear dresses, and on Fridays we could wear a pantsuit. Do you remember those?
I do.
And I hated them. And so my grandmother would make them, and she'd put sparkly things on them or something to make them look different. I don't know. And I loved them. They were like, if we had to wear them, we had to wear them.
Yeah.
yeah. My mom
My
used
mom
to.
made my clothes until I started to want jeans, and then she didn't make them anymore. She just bought jeans for me. But she
Yeah, I
would make
wore.
my tops and she would make my sweaters and stuff like that.
Yeah, I wore clothes like that till I was 12 years old. My mom always made. I remember going through all her patterns with her at times, and holy cow! You remember those thin pieces of paper that had a pattern on it, and you could see kind of through it.
Yep,
It was kind
I
of a
have a shit ton
yellow.
of those.
Yes, and we'd go through it and pick them out. And oh yeah, I grew up on that crap. It's amazing in where we have come in 50 years, and it's just amazing how much these this young generation that's coming up doesn't understand how hard it was back then. I mean, if you needed clothes, you made them.
Yeah.
You didn't run down to the damn store and buy them because there was no damn money.
But
You
was it
needed,
hard? Was it really hard?
No.
To me, it was
It,
simple.
it
It was the simple life. It was,
was so much more loving. They
yeah,
love my grandmother and my mother loved sewing.
get this, in high school, we was in it was a home health economic class, and she was teaching a sewing class, and I made vests and I made all kinds of crap. And they said, "How in the hell did you learn that?" Well, hell, I'd been sewing since I was 12 years old. I knew how to do it because I paid attention, and my mom showed me. I knitted, get this, I crocheted, not knitted, but I crocheted a pair of socks, and it was red. And everybody made fun of me for wearing white shoes, red socks, and knickers.
knicker.
And, well, short breeches.
I know.
But there's real long shorts, they went just past my knee. And the
Yes,
socks went up damn near to my knee. And everybody was making fun of me, but I didn't care. I had pride in them damn things because I made them.
Well,
yes.
I didn't give
that
two
was the
shits what
thing.
you said.
And I wasn't making fun of that. I just haven't heard the word knickers in a long time.
We
I
usually say
know.
knickers, and that's women's breeches that go down towards their ankle, but they don't make it all the way. They're like, oops, cut them too short.
They
Yeah.
But
don't
no,
call them that anymore.
What are
It's
they
yeah,
called now?
capris or Bermuda shorts or,
they're called,
Capri.
yeah, they're called capris now.
Oh
yeah.
my! I'll be right back.
Yeah, we used to cook all our own crap, man. I learned all that crap from my mom. Learned
Yep.
how to cook from my mother, and
I learned how to crochet. I taught my Girl Scouts how to crochet. My kids know how to crochet. Um, when I was pregnant, I would sit there crocheting little dresses because I was convinced my second was going to be a girl. So I made all different colored little dresses with matching breeches, no pattern, just
yeah,
sat there and did what I thought would fit. And
that
isn't
didn't
that
work
the
out so
way
well for you, did it?
well, yeah, they were cute as heck, but he was a
Yeah, I was going to say that
over
little
10
right
pound
foot.
boy. Yeah.
Hello, Victor.
He wouldn't look very good in a damn dress.
You're getting beat up.
Yeah. Well, my mother. What the hell did we call them? We call them hot pants.
Oh
The
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
one that
Yep.
went to your knees. Okay. And I remember there was this outfit that had the pants that went to my knees, and they were striped. Okay, they were striped up and down, and there was brown and orange and yellow and white in them. Okay, and I don't like those colors. And it had the matching top. It was a brown top that had um, it was like a baby doll top. We're gonna put it that way. Okay, I'm aging myself. And it had like a collar on it, and the collar was all striped like the matched pants, and it had rims around like around
Yeah.
here, matched the pants. Oh, I cried and cried and cried that I wanted this outfit. Okay, it was like $10 for the outfit back then, and to
Yeah.
me that was a lot of money. Okay, I
To all of us.
I begged and begged and begged, and my mom's like, I can't afford it. My grandmother's like, I can't afford it. So my birthday came, and my grandparents got the outfit for me.
Aw.
I pranced, and I mean I pranced around the house for 4 fucking days. Oh, yeah, 4 days in the same outfit. I would take it off when I went to bed, and I would put it back on in the mornings. and I would just prance around the house like I was the Queen of Sheba or something. My mother said, like, I couldn't believe you were so excited to get that outfit. It was the
See,
like it, and everybody else thought it was the ugliest outfit ever. Okay, and
but you appreciated it and loved it. That's what you wanted.
I, for some reason, because I never bought anything brown, I've never bought anything with yellow in it ever, and I never bought anything with orange in it ever. But this outfit had all those colors, and I had to have it. I was like this kid that was like, I was crazy, man.
Excuse me a
I was
second.
running around the neighborhood doing odd jobs, trying to save up the money to buy this outfit. Oh yeah, I was like crazy. I wanted that outfit, and then I got it for my birthday.
Well, the good thing is you learned how to make a little bit of money, and then you didn't have to spend it. So,
Oh, I probably spent it on candy at the stupid store.
oh yeah,
Like, I mean, what a buck used to buy you a lot of crap at the candy store when
Yes.
you were a kid.
oh, at a candy store, yeah, you could make yourself sick on all the candy and buy it.
If you had a quarter, you could buy a bag of chips, a pop, and 20 candies, like 25 cents. Well, now they're 5 cents, but 20 candies. Like you were in heaven.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, now a quarter, all that quarter do for you now is just pocket weight. So in case the wind gets up, you don't get blown away.
And we used to always have to carry a quarter in case we needed a payphone.
Oh, a dime.
It was
I
a
remember
dime.
dimes.
Thank you, conservative cowboy. Yeah.
As long as
Sorry, I
it's a
totally
local
had to get
call, it
that
was
link.
only a dime. If it's long distance, yeah, then they charge you 35 cents or something silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or if you, it was my case when you lived in my hometown, you had to hit zero to get the operator.
Yep. Switchboard.
And yeah, and my mother worked there. So you'd hit the button and they'd go, hello, hi, how are you? Well, hello, Dorinda, how are you? Da 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 da. Who do you need me to call? You know, they knew my voice right away.
So it was personal.
Yep.
We don't get that anymore.
Nope.
Well, okay, I do. I lied. When I talk to somebody, I don't care where they're at or what they're calling for. I start, they I don't know how it happens. We just start talking, and we will sit there. I know what state they're in. They know what state I'm in. We're talking about kids. We're talking about food. We're talking about whatever,
Nice.
and we're laughing. And they're usually like, one of us is going to go away feeling good, and
Yeah.
that's the way it should be.
Yep.
Yeah. It's usually you know what state you're in. You know what state they're in. It's usually a state of confusion.
Yeah.
I mean, oh,
Well,
I love the old rotator dial phones. Wasn't that great?
yep.
Hmm.
And then they get wore out and they'd start skipping, so you'd have to start all over again. Take you about 15 tries to make one call locally.
Yep.
We're looking at garage sales right now for it. It can be a rotary or the push button, as long as it plugs into the wall.
You're looking for a
Uh,
landline.
Yeah.
Canadian Patriot. I remember. I don't remember one at every Tim Hortons because when I was growing up, there wasn't that many Tim Hortons. That's only recent. Uh, but on every freaking block, on the main street, there was a payphone.
Yes.
And at the malls, there were payphones. At um, stores would have payphones. That was
Yeah.
just or they would have a phone, and they'd say to you, just dial 9 first. They would let you use their phone.
Oh yeah.
Not now.
Yeah. All the convenience stores used to have payphones,
Yeah.
and if they didn't, they'd let you come in and use their phone if you needed to use the phone.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Well, I could probably go into the store here and use a phone, but
I
Yeah, I
remember.
had a private line.
I remember one time I fell on my bike, and the person that helped me, I did not know at all. I did not know this person. They picked up the phone, they called the operator, and they knew me. They said, "I need Dindy's mom." And ba-bing, 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 Dindy's mom was on the phone, and there's help on the way. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I was all
Yeah.
bloody and whatever, right? I really crashed the bike. Um, but I mean, I didn't know this person that was helping me, but they knew who I was. It wasn't even in my neighborhood. It was somebody else's neighborhood that I was playing in. Had never been to the neighborhood. I didn't know anybody knew me, but that person knew who I was.
Right.
Whether they saw me at church or they saw me walking up the street with my grandmother, who knows? But they knew me. It
The
was really,
parents and grandparents made sure of that. And yeah, because
they
kids
used to be
didn't
called.
get lost back then.
yeah, yeah. Kids didn't get lost and kids didn't go missing.
Nope.
Well, they did. You just didn't hear about it. This shit's
Okay.
been going on forever. It's just the ones that we knew probably didn't go missing, but there is a bunch that was missing back then. I remember, I don't know, I was still in my double digits or single digits, but milk cartons always had people, and it always seemed like it was Ohio and Indiana, and there was always going missing, and there was always people snatching up kids. It's been going on for thousands of years.
Well,
But
yeah.
yes, our local communities, we never noticed anybody going missing uh,
No.
because the communities apparently that we grew up in was loving, caring with parents that cared,
Yep.
and we had communities that cared. But you get in some of them bigger communities and suburbs, it's not that the parents didn't care; it's just they didn't pay attention.
Yeah.
And then this is going to come out rude, and I don't mean it to, but then they whine and cry why their kids come up missing. But they didn't go outside to see where they was riding their bike. They didn't go outside to see if they went up and down the damn street.
Yes.
You
It's
know,
all the soap operas.
absolutely. And like me, I grew up in the country, so there wasn't much chance I was going to come up missing unless I fell in the pond and drowned or a rattlesnake got me. Other than
Well,
Right.
that, other than that, my parents were pretty good. They never even had to check on me. They
when
knew if
Yeah.
when
something happened, I'd
when I
scream
was
like a little girl, and then they'd come get me.
yeah, sorry Shane, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
When I was the lunch lady, there was a lot of kids whose parents didn't give a rat's butt about their kids. Okay, we're just gonna
Yeah.
put it that way because that's honest. But the lunch ladies did, and they knew the lunch ladies cared about them, and they would tell us things that you would not imagine. And some of the things when the kids would say things to us, we would have to say to them, "Well, you know that I have to tell the principal."
It's amazing. What kids will
got
say.
other things involved. But the kid knew that I was looking out for him or her.
Yep.
And yes, Victor, I had chocolate today at work. But I figured I was okay because that was like hours and hours and hours ago. But I guess not.
Well, even when I moved here, uh, if there was a strange car driving around the school, everyone knew about it instantly. It
Yep.
was phones were ringing all over the place. Those- We watched out for those things. When they say it takes a village, that's what they mean. It
Yep.
takes everybody keeping an eye on everybody.
Well, I was at school one day and inside the school doing my lunch duties, and there was this strange man in the school, and I'm standing on the top floor of the school, and this is just me, right? And I screamed for the principal, and I had 6 teachers and the principal at my side within a minute and a half.
Right?
And I was like, I don't recognize this gentleman. He should not be in here. And they escorted him to the office, called the police. He was a pedophile looking for somebody.
Imagine that.
And I saved my kids, and I felt so proud of that. And they were like, you didn't even hit the PA system. And the whole damn school heard you.
I
I'm
believe
like, I'm like, sorry. Brain wasn't brain wasn't working on how to work the PA system, which I didn't know how to use at the time, which they showed me after that. But my thing was get the principal here now. And when I screamed, I guess the tone of my voice got everyone's attention
it. Yep.
because it wasn't just a little oh kind of thing. It was an immediate I need help now. And I didn't even use the word help. I just yelled the principal's name.
Yep. Conservative cowboy, thank you for bringing that all to us.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, we all growed up different than we are now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We gotta get back to them days.
Yes.
Not all the way back, maybe, but back to the days where
People cared.
people are self-supportive and they care about their environment and the surrounding kids and stuff that goes on. And will it ever happen? It's looking pretty grim, but it really needs to go back. It
And it
really.
might. I mean, we're broke. The country is broke.
Oh, the country's been
So
broke for years.
if I mean, I could see it happening. I could see it
I,
going back to
I know myself personally in my neighborhood. I know who lives in my neighborhood.
yeah,
A new family moved in the spring. They had two little kids. I know what they look like. I know what the mom looks like. I know what the dad looks like. The other day we had a raccoon running
yeah,
through their yard. I banged on their door, got their attention, made sure that I'm making sure that their kids are inside, not outside,
yeah.
because there's a raccoon in their backyard.
Mm.
And he's like, "Wow." I said, "Look," I said, "I'm just worried about your kids." I said, "There's a raccoon running around the neighborhood. I just want to make sure your kids are safe." And he looked at me and he goes, "Thank you. The kids are in the house, so we don't have to worry about that. But thank you." Like I didn't really give a shit that the raccoon was in the backyard. I was worried about the two little kids because they're like 2 and 3 years old. And we got another one now that moved in this week, who's a few houses down. I know what that kid looks like too, and I'll be watching him. We got another one down the street down that way, block and a half away. I know what he looks like. I know what the kids in my neighborhood look like.
Yeah.
And I do watch my kids, and I watch my whole neighborhood, and we're all the same. We all watch out for each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
And notice what they're wearing.
Yep.
So,
What they're wearing, what they're doing, who they're hanging around with.
yep. Oh yeah. I was so bad. My kids hated it of who they were allowed to hang around with and who they weren't.
No, I was the mom that my 16-year-old son wanted to have a drinking party, and I said, I want to know all the kids' names that you want to come. I want their phone numbers, and I want to talk to their parents first. And I called each and every kid's parents, talked to them, told them that okay, the kids are staying here, they're not going anywhere. I'll feed them breakfast, blah blah blah. If you don't want them to come, I won't let them in. I had one parent say, no, the kid can't come. Okay. This kid shows up to my house wasted. Before he even gets here, he's wasted.
Oh my goodness.
I call the mom. I'm not putting up with this. I'm not letting him not into the party. He's right here in the front porch with me. I call his mom. I tell his mom, your son is at my house and he's wasted. Come and get him. I'm not letting him into the party, and I'm not letting him wander the streets wasted. Come and get him. And she came and got him. And oh man, she was pissed. Because he wasn't supposed to be drinking, wasn't supposed to be smoking, wasn't supposed to be doing dope, and he was on all three.
Yeah.
And like she thanked me, the mom thanked me. I said, well, you said you didn't want him to come to the party to drink. I said, not a problem. Your son shows up at my house and he's wasted. He's not coming into the party. She said, you didn't even let him into the party. I said, no, I just brought him into the house, sat him down, and called you. I went into the other room, called her, and came back and talked to the kid for a while. And we had a nice conversation and whatever. I didn't tell him his mother was coming. I was chatting away with him, and he was like, I want to go to the party. I'm like, you can't. I'm sorry, you can't. Your mom said no. And then when his mom showed up at the door, he got a little pissed at me, and I looked at him and I said, excuse me, little boy. This is my fucking house.
That's what I was thinking. That it's probably different in some places. I
I said,
wouldn't have done that.
well, I wasn't. Well, yeah, I did supply his beer, but that's beside the point. But they were all going to be doing it anyway, somewhere else. They
Yeah.
all were. All the kids were doing it, whether the parents knew about it or not. But
No, I know.
I was the one that said, maybe it was 17, I don't remember, but it's like, no, you're not welcome. I'm sorry, your mom said you couldn't come. And I went
Yeah.
in, made a phone call. I told them I had to go to the bathroom. Excuse me. I went in, made a phone call, called his mom, and she was here within 20 minutes to pick him up. And
It was.
she was like, well, I guess. She goes, thank you. She goes, maybe I should have just let him come to the party then. I said, that was your choice. You said no, I wasn't letting him in. I says, he showed up here in this condition.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not taking no crap for this.
My kids, it was like me. Street lights come on, you're in the house. It starts getting dark, you're in the house. And they were in the house. And then we were playing board games, or
Yep.
if it was during the summer, we were always doing something,
Yep.
laying on the car watching the shooting stars. Sometimes I'd take them. They'd want to go into town or something, and I'd say, "Okay, pile in the car." And we'd go cruising around town to see if they saw any of their friends with the radio blasting and singing our lungs out. And
Yep.
they, I made sure that they had fun, even though they weren't allowed to go to anything like that.
Well, maybe you need to sing your lungs out right now. Sing us a
No,
song, Bonnie.
no, maybe I don't.
No, like it was at the time. Okay, I'm not saying that you should let your kids drink. I'm not saying that. I did, yes, because I because being a lunch lady, okay, for a public school, okay, so that's like 12, 13 years old. I know they were drinking then. The kids were drinking because they would tell me. Okay.
Yeah,
So when my kid's in high school, I know if he goes out to his friends, they're gonna have a few. I'm damn well positive they're gonna have a few, right?
well,
Because
yeah.
they're gonna say to me, "Mom, I'm going to a party at so and so's house." Okay.
Well, and that's here. The
Make sure
responsible parent,
make sure you spend the night is what I always said. Because I didn't want
right?
them out on the street, right? And that's the way it worked.
That's what I was going to say. Here, the responsible parents, if they did something like that, if they drove in, the keys were put in a basket, and they didn't get them until next
After
day.
breakfast the next day.
Yes, and because it is against the law, and but some parents are not like that, and we've had some kids that have been killed in accidents, drunk, whatever,
Yep.
and they will trace back to where they were when
Yep.
that happened, and charges are pressed on the parents,
Yep.
on
Well,
whoever.
the the kids all knew ahead of time that once they came here, they could not leave.
Yeah,
And like even he had a party when he was like 21. Okay, probably one of his last parties, but whatever. And there was no noise. There was no noise at the party. I'm sitting down here and I'm going, well, that's just too damn weird. So I walked up there with a basket. I stole all their cell phones. And I told them they would get them back after breakfast the next day.
yeah,
And they're like, what? I'm like, no. Cell phones go in the basket. You'll get your cell phone back tomorrow after breakfast. I said, for right now, you guys talk. Like, open your face and talk. And it took about half an hour, 45 minutes. And then they were actually having a party where they were talking and gabbing and listening to music and doing the things that you normally do.
yeah.
They didn't even have the music on when they were all talking to each other on their fingers. I was like, that's crazy. No.
I want to know where Port Mansfield is. I don't know where that is.
Houston, going through Houston to Port Mansfield, then San Antonio, then back to Houston, and back to Arkansas. Oh my God. I'm fishing in Port Mansfield. So it must be a fishing place.
Yeah, I know, and I haven't heard of it. Kiss Ox going, pick
He
me up.
wants to go with T Girl, man. That's it. That's all. Let's go fishing.
T girl, I don't know how long you're going to be in San Antonio, but I could totally meet you there.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I know it would be. Yeah. My father's side of the family, most of them are there. My sister all live in San Antonio.
My sister is having her 70th birthday at Port Mansfield. Oh my god. Awesome.
Mm. All right, I'm looking it up. Let's see where that is. Because I go down to Matagorda, but I'm not sure that she's talking about a. I'm not sure she's talking about the coast. Maps.
Oh wow. That's awesome, T girl.
Runs in the genes in her family.
Oh, that's awesome
She
that they're
comes.
starting to speak out in Uvalde.
Yes, lot of different things coming out about. Whoa.
You read
Okay.
conservative, right? You read
Huh?
conservative, right, Bonnie? Or are you looking on the map
No, I didn't
before?
reconsider.
Oh, okay. Did you find out where Port Mansfield is?
Yeah, like 5 hours away.
Oh wow.
Uh, I mean, it looks kind of like Matagorda, but it's not. Matagorda's not that far from me. I'm looking. Hmm, I just don't know that area.
From Mansfield, we were taking my nephew's boat to Corpus. Where's Corpus?
Oh, okay, that's not far. That's like 3 hours.
The
Mansfield is like south. Okay, wait. It would be like west of Corpus.
Mhm.
Looks like. Laguna Madre, Redfish Bay. Yeah, I have cousins in Corpus too. Boy, they're just on a fun trip. Boats and all that driving. Sharon, tell her where she's at. Pick me up on the way.
That's awesome. I'll be right back.
I'm so glad that's all coming out. I knew that there were some things wrong there.
We discussed that. We
I
discussed.
didn't go and I didn't say anything. I just
Yeah,
said I'm glad it's coming out.
yeah. There was nothing that made sense about that one.
No,
Not a damn thing.
that's why it's being used all the way up.
Oh yeah.
She acts 40.
Did you see T Girl's comment?
Yeah. Huh. Huh.
Yeah, I seen that. ERs.
No, I was looking at conservative cowboy. But yes, Eric, that's true.
Well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Victor. I appreciate that. Good. I'm glad somebody scolded her. I didn't have the balls to do it.
Huh.
What?
That'd be awesome, T girl. Yep, there's some big fish.
I'm going to try not to comment on that.
I missed up. I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna go ahead.
I'll mm, where would it be? Show a good fishing picture. It's not me. It's all good. Is that it? Yeah. Now how do I share that? I don't know.
Yes, Victor, we do. But we got this.
What? Ooh, I almost ended the broadcast.
You almost ended the broadcast. What the hell? You quit pushing buttons, damn it.
Oh
I'm trying
boy.
to share something. Ding.
Trying to share with what? Yourself?
No.
Well,
Wait.
either
Window.
get your glasses adjusted or
There.
put them on.
Oh, I'm
Quit
getting
pushing
good
buttons.
at this. Hush up, Shane. Can y'all see it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds like a big ass
That's
car.
my mom and that's a red. That's my mom and stepdad. That's down at Matagorda.
And how long ago
The
was
big
that?
one is a red.
Your mom caught the big one and you caught the small one, I take it.
Yeah.
Something looks a little fishy to me. How long ago was that, Bonnie?
Maybe 10, 15 years.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks a little fishy. Yeah, Victor. Bonnie, get away from the button. Get away from the button. Hence why she don't carry the nuclear football. What's this one do?
Yeah.
I mean, she can nuke a channel in seconds. Boy, howdy, she could nuke the world in a matter of seconds too if she had the right button.
Kiss off. I think I heard one state did, but for the life of me right now, I
I heard
cannot remember which state.
I heard 3 did, and I
Oh,
thought it was Texas, Arkansas, and Arizona.
That's what I
okay.
Or
heard.
is
Uh,
is that what you heard? Okay.
yeah, well, Texas, uh, Arizona. I thought it was Michigan, but it no, it wasn't Michigan. It was
I thought it started with a P.
well, Pennsylvania didn't do it. They haven't done shit yet. Mnuchin is still sitting on his dick. I didn't say that.
Yes, sir.
He's sitting on his ass, not pushing it hard enough.
Oh, it is. Okay. You know what? I thought it was Pennsylvania, and Kiss off is saying that they're rumbling about it there now. So
Yes,
maybe,
yeah, they
maybe
haven't pulled the trigger yet, but they've been talking about pulling the trigger for 2 friggin' years.
oh,
Mnuchin is. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying that he's having a hard time getting the rest of them to do it.
Mnuchin's hot. Mnuchin's hot. I'm just saying. He's a hot, nerdy dork.
yeah. I
Oh
don't
my
know who he
God!
is, so I can't
You
say
don't know who
nothing.
he is?
No,
How you doing, Deanna?
I'm doing good. Hi, Dorinda. How you doing?
not too bad.
Lunch
How are
ladies
you?
are boss. Okay, lunch ladies are boss. They're freaking
Yep.
boss. Um, I wanted to talk about that thing you were sharing earlier, and I had to go down to the barn, and I hope nobody was talking to me because I kept the thing running. I was like, oh shoot! But I was
No.
I like to keep it playing, so it's like I'm there. But anyways, remember that video I sent you with that lady talking about the Constitution, and I said to you, "Hey, she
The
talks."
du jour.
Hi, kiss off. Thank you. She talks, yeah, and she talks about so she talked about that new Constitution.
Hmm.
Remember that video? Do you know who that lady is?
Was it the du the du jour sheriff? Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't know if it was that. It was that lady. It was that lady. But my point is this: I did a stream about the new constitution, and it was like a black and white meme. It said California has a choice to make, and it said California has gone into default. Okay. Then I got on
Hmm.
the assembly meeting that week, and I got all the hell kicked around on that meeting by the assembly for the PMA they're not into. They said that constitutional movement is a false movement. It's not them. Um, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. They were like, "You're not papered up." They wanted, and I really thought, and I think you do too, that isn't the assembly the legislators that are returned. That whole 1871 act, the whole start of it is our legislators walked out and they just came back in 2020. I understood that to be the assembly. Right, Shane? Isn't that what we thought? Isn't that who they are?
The Act of 1871 was the United States Constitution, the United States government. Uh, damn it. Yes, but the Act of 1871 was illegal. And it's when the people allowed a corporate to
Mhm.
come into power and they become the United States government. That was the Act of 1871. I was trying to remember. It was an LLC, United States Government Company Campaign. That's what it was called, United States Government Company Campaign, and that was the Act of
Mm,
1871. And they
interesting.
are the ones that changed the Constitution, and because it was allowed to take over the government, and the Constitution specifically says that no company or bank will govern our country. And yeah, the Act of 1871 did it, and it was allowed to do it.
ER. You don't like Steve Mnuchin?
Yeah.
Steve Mnuchin is he's a he seems like he's a very serious Republican. He seems like he's a good guy, but he's one person isn't going to change Pennsylvania law. It takes a whole floor of people to change it, and it takes most of the House. So he's having some fits, I'm sure. I'm
I
not
just
saying
liked
he's
when
not
he'd
trying.
come out. I just liked when he'd come out as the treasurer instead of Timothy Geithner, the freaking prison fraud. See how they get? He was the first indicator that they all get promoted. That son of a bitch didn't pay his taxes, and he got to be the head of it all. What? That was just a salt on the wound, mud in our eyes. So I don't know about this movement, Bonnie. I'm nervous because because here's the thing: the assembly, they that guy was talking about the nationalists. He was.
You know what? I misspoke, guys, and I
What?
apologize. Steve Mnuchin
What?
is the guy that was with Trump
Yeah.
as he used to do the films. Doug Mastriano is actually the guy in Pennsylvania. Kissoff
Steve
is,
Mnuchin was the Treasury, was the Department of Treasury. He
yeah,
was the
he's,
Treasury.
yeah,
He took Timothy Geithner's same position, but the thing is, the guy's a freaking gazillionaire, and
he produces movies.
yes, he does. Does
Hello,
produce movies. Yeah, that's
hello.
supposedly the movie we're watching was by him. He's
Yes,
just like he's just something about him. I think he's great. He could be a devil. I
Well,
don't know. I don't know. Something about him. He's just got that
If
twinkle
he
in
was
his
a
eye.
devil, you'd know, D, because your little tingly senses would be going bing, bing, bing,
No,
bing,
I'm
bing.
stupid. What? No, I'm
I
dumb. I'm
don't
so
fucking know, lady.
gullible. I fall for liars all the time. I'm dumb that way. But then once I know they're lying, I'm done with them. Done with you if you lie to me. Unless you're really, really
well,
sorry and he's crying like my husband had to do. That was
I think
once.
his message there was telling us to start hitting the legislature to get this into a vote for the
Was he
2022
again?
election.
He's your he's not yet, that wasn't Abbott, and it who is he again? I'm
No.
sorry. Who was that guy
Okay,
talking?
hang on.
Uh was
Let
he
me
a
pull it up.
what I'm curious is he state or county or federal of Texas? What is his position, I wonder?
He he is like one of the head members of this Texan Republican. Uh, let me see what it's called. Would you load already?
I need a big and the Vatican. Excuse me. Oh, and I followed that link that conservative Cowboy put in about that creepy freaking mayor of Texas that just got picked up and is for soliciting a child. He was the father of two boys, and on his Facebook profile, he said he was the head of a men's prayer group.
And did it say where he was from?
I know they're all damn dirty. Texas. I still have the article up here. What town you want to know?
Because, yeah, because I just saw one.
Pilot Point.
Uh, oh, okay. There was
Executive.
one not too far from me, a teacher arrested with 20 counts.
Man, we should be dealing with them ourselves. These freaking creepers.
Yes.
They're so in our face with their stuff, and yet they do their dirty deeds in secret. And I don't know why all this stuff's got to be such a secret still. It's like, is there a they, and what the hell are they waiting for? You know?
It says in June 2022, the Texas State Republican Convention adopted a resolution urging the legislature to put a referendum before the people of Texas in November. It says 2023. So that's got to be a typo. Is there another some sort of election in 2022? I mean 23? I don't
That's
know, because
just
even when he was talking, he said 2021, and I was like,
yeah,
that's already passed.
right.
I don't
So
know. I mean, and to determine whether or not the state of Texas should reassert its status as an independent nation. And so this this group is the ones putting this out, but uh, State Representative Kyle Biederman of Fredericksburg filed a bill in 2021, and I'm not sure if that's correct, to create a referendum election on whether Texans should create a joint legislative committee to develop a plan for achieving Texas independence.
I thought
So he's a state representative.
technically all of the states were independent anyway.
In a way, uh, it's
Shane.
okay. Each state has a governor and a legislature, and they are supposed to be in charge of those states. But
Okay.
now, uh, federal seems to think that they're in charge of everybody.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's what we've been saying. That
Yeah, but
what we need to do is start in our communities and work up to the state level and get these things changed so that federal does not have control of what's happening in each state.
okay. I see.
I
I thought
think
you
that
guys were all kind of independent anyway, from way back
yes,
when.
we are.
Like,
We are independent
God knows,
anyway.
right? And
And
I'm
yeah,
like, okay, like shit's different up here, so I don't freaking know. Okay, but my thought is, you guys were all individual states, uh, which were like individual countries,
yes, they are.
but the government has taken control of you. So somewhere back in time, it says that you're independent. So you should be able to just pull up that piece of piece of
Exactly.
legislation.
No,
Well,
you're right. You're exactly right. That is
Yes.
what the assembly feels with Anna von Reitz.
But,
They told me, Bonnie, she has the Federation. I don't know what that means. Somebody want
but
to tell us?
see, that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
After the Civil War, we all became a union under the United States.
Now wait a minute.
Is that right?
No,
No,
Is that not right?
California never
no, we
did.
are
California
states,
takes. Mhm.
unions. We are states of the union, but that doesn't mean we can't break away from the union. All states signed a charter to get into the union, and all they have to do is cancel their charter to get out of the union, and they become individual countries or individual states. There is, and it's real simple to do. It's just the our little local governments have got so addicted to all this money, and
And
here's the
power.
problem: they take $1 billion from you, and then they give you $1 million back. Oh, and that's a gift. No, it's your money. It's my money. It's our state's money. If we didn't give it to the federal government, now granted, we got to give them a little bit because we do need some protection from other countries.
Yeah, I like roads and bridges and shit like that too.
Good night,
Well,
people.
roads and
Little bit.
bridges are no, wait. That is wrong. Roads and bridges come off
That's
of
state.
a gas tax. That's what builds your roads and bridges.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
Fuck.
So,
All right, Shane, you win.
well,
Here we
it's
go.
aggravating because we get charged for it, and then the government
Apparently,
states tells the states what to do.
states need to regain their sovereignty. The thing is, we didn't lose our rights, Dorinda. I just want to say we have just been inactive. Like my rights are not lost. I
Yes.
still have. You have seen me standing up for him, and D Dog stands up for his. But it does have to be self activating, and we do need to unite together so that I don't think we have to make new laws and overturn anything. I think what Dorinda's saying is you guys already have it, and that's what I understand the assembly to say too. They are not on board with these
Yes.
new thing. And I understand California in 1849 never come into the union. We've stayed a republic. That's what I've been hearsay taught, and I don't rightly know.
Well, that's what we've all. That I mean, even Texas is saying that. The Republic
Right.
of Texas.
I've heard that
It's
too.
and so
Us.
so what they're uh, I just read D Dog and I just got all lost again.
I
But
know he
it,
does that to me too.
in listening to this man talk
Yeah.
and the poll that they did last year, he said 90% of the state is on board with doing this. That they did a poll to ask the voters how they felt about it, and 90% are on board with it. 90% of the state of Texas is a lot of people.
Didn't your sheriff also say 90%?
I know. Isn't
Oh, your sheriff
that
did
weird?
in your town, Bonnie? Your
Yes,
sheriff did? Uh-huh.
yes. Whenever I was asking him about the constitutional sheriffs, he said that he feels there's 90% that are constitutional saying the same thing. And yeah, so what so the structure of it would be the counties um okay, as it's set up now, they would be what is D Dog saying?
Infrastructure is not Fed responsible. It's state responsible. Fed is unconstitutional spending. I know. I was just seeing if anybody was paying attention.
Yes.
Clearly they were.
And so
Good job.
So that's what, and yes, the whole country is a republic. That's why I get so mad. Everything that comes out of their mouths is
Yeah.
democracy.
Yeah.
No, we don't want a democracy.
No, we
We
do
want
not.
the republic. That's
Democracy is.
everything that is written.
Sorry, Bob.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Everything that is written constitutionally says republic.
Yes, we are a republic. We are. That is 100%.
The
I'm
Well,
sure.
pledge, the every. Go ahead, Chief.
a democracy means that
Control.
you have a dictator. We are not run by a
Yes.
dictator. We are run by the people, and that's the difference. A republic is run by the people, and a democracy is run by a dictator.
Yeah.
And that's what makes our country different from a lot of countries.
We got a
And
lot of little dictators right now. We got a lot of little
oh, we
dicks
got a
running
lot
around.
of dicks running around. You're
Yeah, we
right, but
do.
there's no taters to it. And they
Yeah.
misunderstood us. We wanted dictators, not dictators.
Well, and see, that's the thing. Each state, okay, we have the tobacco tax, we have the alcohol tax, we have the lotteries, we have the um,
Gas tax.
consumer taxes that could pay a lot of this stuff. We don't need to be paying our elected officials, even at state level, as much as they're getting. They're getting too much. So, where I live, the county commissioners are the ones in charge of most of the roads. The highways are TxDOT, where y'all have Caltrans. That's what they do. The highways and the bridges.
Well, want to hear something funny? D Dog told me today that those commissioners are a lot of times self-appointed positions. They do nothing. They're
Yes.
they're irrelevant. They make themselves relevant. But each state is a republic. Each
Yeah.
country is a republic. Each city is a republic. But there are two entities for each one republic. Two corporation. Yes, there are.
Yep.
But we sit around and argue if that's even true. We sit around and argue if what conservative cowboy put up there is even true. And you can find that fact all day long. And people want to sit there and argue about it. You know.
Uh,
So I don't know, but and the assemblies are all following Anna von Rights. They're all like, she's it, Anna von Rights, Anna von Rights.
well, yeah. We don't have a weed tax because that's totally
Y'all are
illegal
a
in
dry ass
Texas.
state. That's why y'all
Yes.
suck. That. That's for sure. That's the worst thing about Texas, Idaho, Montana, the great freedom states. Got a problem with
I
plants.
know.
You
Yeah.
dumbasses in Texas there.
Well,
That
even
aggravates me to death.
I still know counties that are dry where you cannot get alcohol.
And Indiana, same thing. After, like on Sunday, when Sunday rolls around a certain time, I don't think you can get alcohol on Sunday.
No, we can't here. No liquor stores can be open on
So
Sunday, but
who
you can
the
buy
hell
beer after
died
noon.
and appointed you God over what I can and can't have?
When I
How
lived in Shaplo, uh, the restaurants couldn't serve beer or whatever on Sundays growing up, and then when I turned like 14, they were all excited because they could sell beer on Sundays too.
Yeah, here in
it's
Oklahoma, you can buy it
crazy.
7 days a week from 6 o'clock in the morning till whenever the store closes. If the store's open, you can buy it.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
Now,
See, we
stuff like
cannot
that.
buy it.
It's
a liquor store is different. You can't.
in the restaurants. It's I'm not sure it's 11 or noon where you can buy a beer on Sunday.
Yeah, see, in Kansas for a long time on Sundays, you couldn't buy any
Yes, ma'am.
alcohol. And I don't know if it's still like that.
Whoa. Did y'all see that?
No.
What?
I didn't touch one single button. I am sitting here with my hands up and my mouse is not moving and my chat just disappeared and came back.
That's your internet.
Yeah.
Y'all went ghost on me.
That's your internet.
That's
It's
Bonnie.
something.
I can't see my
I
chat.
didn't touch nothing, Shane.
I know. I'm just giving you credit.
But
Do
Did
do
you
do
take
do
some
do do
special
do.
anyway,
mushrooms tonight, Bonnie? You didn't have any special mushrooms, did you?
no, no, I'm
Paranoia
kind of
will
getting hungry.
destroy you.
I might go fix me something to eat real quick.
I know.
Um,
I know that's right.
You know what? I wanted to
but that
tell Miriam something when you're done, Bonnie. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Um,
I'm gonna
yeah.
let y'all talk, and I'm gonna go do what I need to do.
Oh, you're gonna go do. Oh, you're gonna leave us running while you do dinner. Got it. Okay. I thought she was
Yeah,
gonna
she's
get
got to
off.
go make something to eat.
Got
She's
it.
hungry.
Yeah, go get some food, woman. We don't want you hangry
Well,
around here.
I need to go to the ladies' room also, please.
Yeah, do your things. I won't
Shane,
let there be quietness. Don't worry. Dorinda
we'll
won't
leave
either.
you in charge of these two lovely ladies.
Jane,
Oh my
no,
God, you're asking for
no.
trouble.
What the
Okay,
hell, Bonnie?
Shane.
I thought we were friends.
Yes,
I have a question, Shane.
I love
yes.
you.
Kissbot said YouTube still didn't put back the flags on chat. What the hell does that mean?
Uh,
What? YouTube
I'm not
Flags
real
in
sure.
chat?
The one before that is no Time Duff. Oklahoma went to 6 point beer all over due to Texas is delivering to us now, and they say it's easier to make 6 point liquor than it is 3.2. So now all of Oklahoma is 6 point. Well, they say it's 6 point, but you read the damn lid and it says 4.3, but they call it 6 point, and maybe that's just 6% by volume.
Mine's 5.5, baby.
Yeah. No, yeah, they went from 3.2 about 2 years ago to 6 point.
Hmm.
She went to get some icing, get some icing, Bonnie.
So I don't know what the flags are in chat. What's a flag in chat?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not real sure. It's a good question.
Okay.
I was going to tell them in Humboldt County, the tax is 40% at the dispensaries. 40%.
What?
And yes, they are taxing the dispensaries 40%. And so of course they pass that on. And the other thing is what I learned recently by the guy that was consulting for people trying to get permitted, and people gave him money, right? And he was trying to get him through the process. And then they changed the zoning, made him look like a liar. So he's going after them. And um, I found out it's a $20 billion industry. Cannabis is a $20 billion. And these fat FUCKs or, these people in this county have been stuffing their pockets fat, and they're hiding so much money. They just now, I guess, started doing line item budgets 10 years ago. They've had slush funds,
You know,
crazy amounts of slush funds.
they need to really look up the tax laws. It's going to be in the 1100 series, which is very hard to find if you can even find it. Like I said, I got a buddy that does have them, and they are next to impossible to find. But that falls into the implied tax because
Feed the world.
a tax that is a direct tax cannot be usually over 7%.
Wow.
An implied tax, which is a secondary tax on the same damn item for a consumer good, is illegal because it's not a pleasure, and that's what it means. Is it has to be a pleasure to do it, and it's not a pleasure to bust your ass to make a living and then get what you enjoy. That is a consumer good. That goes with a flat tax, not an implied tax. People really need to learn the damn tax laws along with what D Dog puts out because, and I've got a book right here that tells about every damn one of them. And I want to tell you, like I said once before, the tax law, if you got every book of laws they have, it would be 11 foot tall. That's how big the stack would be. Now, I have got a broke down version of a man that used to teach taxes and used to tell the government what taxes they could and couldn't do by law.
Hmm.
And he wrote a book. And I've got it. I don't remember what it cost me. I don't know. 200, 253, $400. I don't know. About 400 pages long. But he breaks it down into every point. There's only 3 taxes allowed in the United States. And one of them was property tax. And the only thing the property tax had to do with was if you had over 100 slaves, you had to give a head tax, which was they called a property tax.
Hmm.
Well, that has been obsolete for 200 years. So there's only 2 taxes left, and that's a direct tax and an implied tax. And then you hear all these people talking about, all these cities and states talk about excise tax every year on your car tag. Did you know that is illegal? Even by the tax law, that is illegal. But what the government does is they tack all this crap on you, and no one reads, and no one will go look it up. And so they just keep paying all this BS tax. And so they're wasting more of their money. They just, every day you pay taxes on what you make. Then you pay taxes on what you buy. Then you pay extra taxes because they tell you to. And no one ever goes and looks up the damn law. And it's bullshit.
You're a fan of PMAs. You're a fan of private membership associations. They get to operate under a lot less taxes, and that is what I firmly believe could really save the cannabis industry right about now. They could really stick it to the government if they could just band together like the alcohol they did with alcohol. They really could. They
Well, and
really
alcohol
could.
still gets hammered for the taxes.
Not when they're not in the private clubs.
Well, they, you're right. You're right. I'm not going to
I
argue
mean,
with that.
they like the Elks Club and the Moose Lodge. You've probably been to some of those bars. Buck or two for beers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, mileage is on. And D Dog also said to me before, they're really not supposed to tax us for anything under $500 million, which sounds absurd. But I know that's what he told me. I said, what? That sounds like
Well, I could break it down even further, but I'm not going
it's
to
boring as
because
hell. Please don't.
yes, it is boring as hell, but it's
Please
knowledge that
don't.
people really need.
Start
But
talking numbers. I'm just like,
yeah, I know. No, and that's why I don't do it because it does put people to sleep and they don't hear the message, and the
no.
people wonder why they pay more out than what they make,
It's mafia.
and then they
It's
still
mafia.
and then they still owe more money at the end of the year. So now you're putting more money into it at the end of the year and have to take all year to pay for it. It's a bullshit lie.
It's a racket. They're mafia. They're just the fucking mafia. They're no different. They're the
Oh, yeah.
and people are like, no, I think I'd rather pay for that driver's license, even though I know people know the laws. They know they're not driving, they're traveling. They can full well know it. They don't want to deal with it. Cops pulling them over, having to go to court, and blah, 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 blah. It's an extortion fee. That's what we're paying in all these taxes. We
Yep.
don't want to deal with it. So we just pay their bullshit. That's just the truth. I know it.
Yeah, and people shouldn't. The only reason people are in the position they're in is because we've allowed it. We
Before
have
I went to
allowed it.
Sacramento, my husband put that new sticker on my license. I'm like, oh man, well, next year I told him I'm not having that. But I did think to myself, well, at least I won't get pulled over and caught smoking a joint or something. You know, like I don't want to, I
Yeah,
don't
they don't
need
have an
that right
excuse.
now. But I mean, they'll get help from me. They pull me over right now. They'll be the sorriest ass cop there ever was that pulled me over. You know, if I ain't breaking the law or didn't run somebody over and kill them, you don't want to pull me over right now, buddy. Believe me.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't
Now,
want them to pull me over either. Shit.
Dorinda and Deanna,
Brenda? Yes, sir.
I have to step away to the little boys'
Uh-oh.
room. Won't take me but a second, but my God, I can't. Bonnie's taking too long, and I can't. I
Your
don't think I
eyes are
sit here any
blue.
longer.
You got to pee so bad. Your eyes are blue.
I don't know. They're starting to float. I can't tell what color they are. They're
It's
turning
okay,
green.
Shane. We've got you covered.
Well,
We'll
Dorinda might get to talk if you leave. Because I'll shut up and let her.
I love learning about it because some of it may or may not apply to me.
Yeah.
I have no idea if it does or it doesn't. Okay. But if cop pulls me over for anything, I'll be like, what are you talking about? I'm traveling. And what the fuck he said. Because you know what? What the fuck's he say?
Well, and go further and say, are you willing to write up in a sworn affidavit that you witnessed me commit a crime, officer? Because I know I didn't commit a crime. Did you put your lights on in a non-emergency situation? Because I'm pretty sure that's a felony. Although that's America, so I don't know about Canada, but y'all got some good rights too. Y'all do have some good rights there.
I have no idea.
Right, that's our problem. That is our problem, right?
I'm slowly learning. I'm slowly learning. But I find it all confusing. And it's just a learning process where I'm at right now, and that's all I want is I want to learn.
Yep. Well, I'm right there with you, honey. You know, true. That's true. Right there with you.
Oh, she's doing something in the background. Okay, anybody
So
in
now
chat?
everybody gets quiet.
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead.
I just said, so now everybody gets quiet.
No,
Well, I was just asking chat for comments.
What's she talking about? We weren't even quiet. What you talking about, Willis? We weren't quiet at all.
No, we were really good up until you went to let the dog or the horse or the whatever out the door.
Well, the door was open. I didn't realize it. I'm sorry. I should have muted.
No. And I'm like, okay, well, she's gone to do whatever with the animals. So everybody in chat, like, start talking to me now.
Shane went to pee.
No, I'm
You
back.
know that. Oh, he's back.
Oh yeah, I just now got back.
Did you get
I
some
was
food,
overloaded.
honey? Did you get something to eat, honey?
Yes.
Awesome.
What is it? A ball of icing?
No,
Okay.
it's real food.
I know that. I've been trying to look up the International Covenant of Rights, and I couldn't find it, so I'm going to write it down again on this page. Oh,
I know Canadian Patriot has that. There she is. Oh, she's the one talking to you. Okay, yep. because her and I have talked. I've shared a few things with her that D-Dog shared with me. I hear stuff about Canada. If you want any of it, and I'll send it to you too. I know I got your email somewhere. I know the assembly is involved in Canada. They have links for a lot of countries on there actually. That's why they were my best hope. I was really excited about the assembly, but now I don't know what to think about them. I like what this guy was saying tonight, Bonnie. Your commissioner, or not commissioner, whatever this guy is. I keep forgetting what he is. It's not a position I'm familiar with. I think is why I can't.
Well, it's not a position. He is an independent, and
Okay.
they have
Oh, he's
a
a legislator, right? He's a senator or something like that. Is that right?
no, he's
No.
independent, and he's with a little group they've started, and they call themselves whatever the hell the name is. But he is independent, and they are independent, and they're the ones pushing for all this crap to change because the government won't do it. If I'm not mistaken.
I agree, Canadian Patriot. I try to listen to everything D-Dog says too.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
Not me. He's full of shit all the time. No, just kidding.
sometimes it goes in this ear and it flies out the other ear before I have a chance to catch it.
Ooh, I like that. Safety police. I don't answer questions. Why are you violating your oath? Yes. See, I get in the car. I'm like, man, sure hope they don't pull me over today. Start dating. Like, I really hope they don't do it today because I'm not in the mood today.
I'm never in the mood to be pulled over.
You
want to catch me on
you got your sticker on your car, Shane?
I got two of them on. I got two of them on my car.
2 stickers? You're all like a double kiss ass. You're like, I don't just register.
Oh no, the tag stickers are different.
Okay.
I got the one on my tag, but I got 2 stickers. One of them, well, both of them is on my back window of my truck, and they all know how I feel, and they don't even jack with me around here.
What does it say? What does it say?
Yeah, inquiring minds want to know. Go get it. Take a picture of it.
Well, there's pictures out there on the internet of it, but the biggest thing is people, when they see my truck around here locally, they don't even fuck with me. Excuse my French, sorry, Bonnie. But, they don't even jack with me because they know that if I'm doing 90 in a town, it's because I ain't had a beer. And if they know I'm doing 55 coming into town, I've already had beer. They don't even jack with me because, like I said, I have never hired a lawyer for court, and I will not, and I've never lost.
Right on, man.
So, we have an understanding. As long as I'm not hurting somebody or somebody's property, they have no right to fuck with me. Excuse my French again.
That's right.
And I'm not going to put up with their horse shit.
So what does the sticker say on your vehicle?
It depends on which one.
I want to hear both.
Most of them's not for hire, not for sale, not for commerce.
Yeah.
Because I am not commercial, so I'm not, and I am not a citizen, and I do not work for the government. So in other words, I don't even have to follow the damn little stick on the side of the road that has that little painted number on there that they want you to go by. Because I am not a commercial driver for hire. If it says 55, 65, 75, whatever it says, I do not have to follow that. I can drive however fast I want.
Yeah.
And it's because it says in there, in their own damn readings, that little stick on the side of the road only deals with commercial drivers. And I am
Mhm.
not a commercial driver. I am not for hire. And then if you break it down, then it says school bus, tractor trailer, any huge commercial
What he said.
dog
It
that is.
sounded like French. It didn't sound like French. It sounded like English. Was he trying to speak French and I missed that too?
Yeah, well, I should have
Did you
said
say
I
bougie
don't give a
bougie?
fornication under the consent of the
Oh,
king, and then that would have been French, the
oh,
French version of it,
uh-huh.
and I apologize. But
Or
no,
is
I
it
don't. I don't.
Fungu?
I don't play with these people, and I don't care. I mean, they
Fungu
can,
is Italian.
Oh,
huh?
fuck you. Oh, I like that. Fuck you.
Fungu.
I like this a lot. I do this one a lot. We did
It
that
just
in
rolls off
Chicago
your
all the
tongue.
time. Right there. I like that
That's
Chicago
Italian
slang.
too. At least in Sault Ste. Marie, that's Italian. They do it all the time.
Oh, yeah, they do. I love Italians. They're so loud and boisterous and just loud. Loud is great. Loud is great. Oh, I gotta call someone back. I'm gonna call you back. You don't know I'm on Bonnie's show. Guaranteed Canadians have no clue International Covenant of Human Rights even exists or that Canada signed it. That is by design because I didn't know until he told me. I knew shit was wrong. Yeah. Well, don't we all feel that way? I mean, a lot of us know about our Constitution and our flag in here in this country, but the last 2 decades, 2 generations, they really don't know much. They really don't know much. They know a lot of bullshit. They know a lot of CRT and transgender and climate change and social justice warriors. We're raising social justice warriors. That's all that matters right now. That's all that matters right now.
Well,
Social
there's a few more things,
justice.
but yes,
Most important marker in a truck, DOT exempt. Department of Transportation. Yeah, my lady Linda here in Humboldt County made up her own license plates. I will find the picture for you guys and show, and I'll have to try. I know I took a picture of it. She showed them to me, and she brought them. She had them made, so they're like red, and they got all that stuff on it. They got it's the coding of the commercial driving, and the right to travel, and da, 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 da. It's all her, what she knows to be true to stand up for herself. And she got out of a ticket a couple months ago with an officer magic on Highway 101 because he pulled her over and she gave him a hard time. She said, "You gonna sign an affidavit you saw me witness a crime? Are you willing to show me your bond or oath?" And he's like, "Ma'am, I really don't want to scrape you off the sidewalk talking about your oath or bond or whatever." And then they had a very good conversation and then he let her go. And that was the end of that.
did you know some of the first people I ever seen
Mhm.
that went by the Hale versus Hinkle law was out of California?
I'm not
That's
surprised.
that's the first people I seen doing it that I remember. Now I'm not saying I didn't see it before, but
Right.
that's the first people I remember,
Right.
and every one of them I ever seen got let go,
Well,
and
that's
they said
fantastic.
just be careful.
How come you heard about that all the way over there in Oklahoma? And
Uh,
girl over here, and no, wait, let me finish. And girl over here didn't have a freaking clue. And nobody else in California does either.
well, maybe it's because I've been doing this shit and researching, and
No,
I heard about the law, but I never seen it done.
you don't
And
get the credit. No.
I
No.
seen it
They're
done.
hiding it, I'm saying.
No, yes, they are. Well,
Yeah,
they
you
have
get
to.
the credit. Yeah.
And then you see all these people nowadays running up and down the streets in these little gas powered gators, and in your golf carts and all this
Yep.
crap. And
Mhm.
4-wheelers,
Yeah.
and they're not saying crap anymore. So it really got me to looking into what was really going on, and it's because they have no say so. The city, the cops, the highway patrol, the sheriff, nobody has any say. Sorry, I was reading Bonnie's comment in the chat, but anyway. But yeah, they have no clue about the damn law, and so I really got to researching it the last 10 years, and I looked up every damn article I could find. Like I said, Hale versus Hinkle is a 1906 law,
Mm-hmm.
and it has been fought over 1,600 times all the way to the Supreme Court, and the opposers have lost all 1,600 times.
Mm.
Hale versus Hinkle is the supreme law when it comes to the right to travel. Now, that doesn't mean you can't go get on a commercial airplane, because now you're getting into a different realm. But to drive yourself, whether or to travel yourself, whether it's on a go kart, a team of horses, there has not. Yes, yes, they did pass that. I seen that, which was odd that California actually allowed that. But yes, just a lot of people don't go look and research it, and so they just follow the damn laws
Yeah.
that they think are lawful,
They're,
and they're
they're,
not.
it's the less harass. It's the least harassing way to travel. You can get these. It's, you can say you're not going to put the sticker up and you're going to fight it and blah blah blah. But the reality is, you're a little vulnerable to these popo with weapons, to which lately I'm not really trusting like I used to. And I've got a friend who's a cop. She's a badass. She's not. I know she's a good one, but I'm just saying. You know, it doesn't. I don't feel like going up. Necessarily going up against two big guys coming up to me with their fucking guns, and you know what I'm saying. It's a little bit.
It's
You know,
intimidating, but they do that on
yeah,
purpose.
a little bit. A little bit. They've done
I
it
want,
that way. That's what they are. Is their intimidation. That's what they are to me now.
well, and they do that on purpose.
Good night. Who's going to bed? Good night. Kiss off. Kiss off. Sweet
Yeah,
dreams.
yeah, they do that
Night
shit
gets
on
off.
purpose.
Yeah. Well, they're very good at it now. I see why people. I grew up with people that were always like fuck the pigs, and I was like no, my family, first responders. I love, I respect military, police, first responders. In my mind, they're all in the same category. They used to be. They're not anymore. They're not anymore. I don't trust them anymore. I sure shit don't trust the ones in my town for good reason, because I'm not stupid.
Well, everybody, I gotta step down. I'm really tired.
Yeah.
All right,
Night,
Brenda.
beautiful. See
I
you
love
later.
you guys. I'll
Love
see you
you.
tomorrow.
Have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, Linda. Love
Good
you.
storm in Canada. Oh, now I'm stuck with you two, huh? Shit. Somebody get up.
Oh,
I
wow.
cannot be the third wheel. Oh my gosh. Somebody get your ass up here with me.
Miriam,
Uh,
I seen your comments, and yes, I agree with you.
ma'am, it's the if they let the commercial trucks go because it's allowed them to
People get trampled on, and yes,
Yeah. I love the cops. So, I know there's good cops. They're not all bad.
no,
But when you think about who is protecting the really evil things that are going on, when it gets down to it, it's dirty cops. It really is. It's dirty cops. right?
Well, I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Who else is it? You know, you don't need the mafia anymore. The mafia just slipped into uniform, straight up. That's what they did.
Most of them did, yep.
Yep.
And then the other ones just get promoted. It's just like and the rest of us are just working and trying to figure out what's going on while we're working. Weird.
Say that you're leaving too?
No, he's saying good night to everybody.
Oh, okay.
Nights.
Oh,
Nights to Dorinda, nights to Kiss Off, I think. Unless they're going to bed too. But
So did y'all figure out where the money's supposed to come from for the roads and everything if states go to themselves?
yeah, it's called gas tax. Hello.
well, the county
But you
fixes
were
our
saying that
it's the county who does the
you
work
were
on our
saying, yeah, that's what I was saying about our roads too, except for the highways
right.
is
Yeah. And
Tech
that's the thing.
dot Caltrans.
We have Highway 101 here, so they are doing a lot of major work. That is federal money.
Wow.
But we have the county and those roads and stuff. Yeah, I definitely know that one because we're on a country mountain road and we needed to find out who's in charge of it. And there's a little stretch of road from this mountain to the one over that way where we used to drive our kids to school where it isn't paved for like about, oh shoot, how many feet? 200 feet maybe. It's just this rock dip, horrible part. Oh, and then no, that's the one part. For a mile and a half, it isn't paved. The county and I hear it's the state. I don't know who else it would be. They're fighting over who's got to pay the money to pave it. So it's never been
I'm
paved.
going to tell you right now.
Well, the city pays for the roads inside the city.
So it's the county and the city fighting over it. Then that's what it is. It's the county and the city. That makes sense too, because of where it is.
Well,
Okay.
and here's the thing: a county also has to take care of city roads. People get
Right.
that misunderstood. Now, this is here in Oklahoma, and I know it is the same way in
Mm.
Texas. But we don't need federal money to fix even the highways because each county that produces whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but they produce some money from their residents from a flat tax, like your city tax or your gas tax, which both go to your school and your roads.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of why they charge tax. And people forget why we pay taxes. And it's to keep our roads, our schools,
Yep.
and our infrastructure solid in that state. And people forget that. It doesn't matter if it's a highway, it's an interstate, if it's a city road or a dirt road down the back roads. It is all
Mm-hmm.
maintained by the individual counties, and it's the city. If the city or town or Providence, whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
however much they pay in, that's how much they can do. Yes, it
That's the
does.
that's the link that he dropped. Conservative Cowboy dropped that. I wanted to pull it up. Thank you for all your links you dropped.
Yeah, there is
It
two
looks good.
constitutions. There's the original and there's the one from 1871.
Mm.
But anyway, and I'll get off my soapbox, but yes, the states can support themselves even if it's an interstate running through your state. There's enough money in your state
Mm.
if it wasn't given to the federal government, which is a fee to be in the union, is all it is, basically.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough money in each individual state. If they wasn't to
Excuse
give
me.
the fee to the federal government to repair anything they need repaired and support their own military and their military backing. Eh,
Well, so I personally think that they should be paying the state to have that highway going through that state.
Well,
Right.
no,
Federal government should help
that's
out,
not.
not us pay them. It's like that's extortion money for them. What are we paying them for at
We
all?
pay
Right.
we pay the federal government for no reason at all. Period. We are
There we
extorted.
go. Get to the bottom of it, ladies and gentlemen.
We're getting extorted, and they make us give them
Yeah.
like they said out of Texas, 1.5 to 1.67 billion dollars a year, and then they give back into roads $1 million. Now that's a hell of a trade off. And what did the federal government do for them? Not a damn thing.
Just bend over. Go
Yes,
far.
grab your ankles
Yeah,
and
exactly.
just take it like it
Just
is.
keep on keeping on, people. Because you let us with this and hey,
It's
they're
all
like,
bullshit.
hey man, game's on. You people are just, I mean, we're
I'm
pretty.
sorry. I get it. I
we
get
took it.
excited about this shit. It just pisses me off that everybody so freely gives to the federal government. They don't do a damn thing for us. They don't create nothing. They don't provide nothing. You know, our young men and women that are in the militaries, they get shit on by the
Yeah,
federal
we sure
government,
do.
and they send our kids over to die, and they send their kids over to become millionaires.
Yeah.
You know, it's just very frustrating.
Oh yeah.
I got to calm down a minute, Bonnie. I'm getting excited. Sorry.
Well, it's been nice to not be in wars for the last few years, hasn't it? But I heard today we gave billions to Ukraine. Freaking
Two, two,
billions.
ti- two times.
Come
40 billion
on.
Did
twice.
I just
Why are
tell
we
you
putting up
right
with that shit? Give me a break.
40
These
billion
people are
twice.
that we? That's what I
billions
was
while
just
we're suffering and have tent cities and our vets and there's no mental health and it's there. It's really coming to a head, isn't it? I mean, I
We
don't know
can't
how
even
much.
we
Seriously.
can't even help our damn homeless or our vets. But yet we can send billions and billions of dollars
Hmm.
to a foreign country and protect their borders when we can't even protect our own.
They need the U.S. Huh?
It's bullshit. I'm sorry.
and
Let it happen. You're
I
right.
had to take a gummy. I
what
was
do you
getting
mean we haven't been in a war?
Well, hello. Oh, he's got a baseball cap on. Where's
D
Mike?
Dog in the house. He's got a
Uh,
golfing.
another
Hey,
Sea
Marine
yeah,
dog
hat.
in
that earlier today was the best hat earlier. I like that
What is
one.
the
going
shirt of the
fishing.
day? What's the shirt of the day?
That's our special hat. Yes, I
Now,
like that
now that one
hat.
I like.
That one,
That one's a
huh?
good one.
Yeah, you are a smart one, aren't you? That horsey shirt's for me.
I didn't see what it said. What did it
Uh,
say, D?
what's
It didn't say
happening?
nothing, but it
He had to
read,
get in
"I'm a
on this.
smart one."
He had to get in on this
Um,
Constitution talk. He was getting excited too. He said, "Oh my gosh, they're still talking about the Constitution. I can't believe it."
He jumped in just to correct me because I probably said something wrong. He's pretty good about correcting me, and I don't mind because he's smarter than I am. That's for damn sure.
Now, Shane, don't be so flattering. You're smart too.
Yummy.
Oh, oh, great.
Yummy.
With the artificial sprinkles and the red dye and the blue dye and the green dye just to make it even more poisonous for you.
It must be blueberry.
Look at
It's
Kino.
purple.
It's
Kino,
purple.
you're a very good mod, Kino. I gotta say, Kino's on it with the. You must have a Word document open with like everybody's links right there.
I know I can't find anybody's link even if I
Bravo.
go look, much
Bravo.
less try to send it.
I'm always
It's
opening
way
all the
easier.
YouTube, and I gotta look for the freaking. Actually, I'm not a very
It's
good dropper of any of those things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, don't
It's
share.
really easy if you're a mod. You can
Yeah.
just click on their name and then it'll say go to channel. You go to the
Oh,
channel, copy the link,
uh-huh.
paste it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
some of these
well,
guys, I'm telling you, they got a Word document with the links ready to go. They see them in the chat and they're like waiting until they're going to go on panel. They don't even wait. They already drop them as they're seeing them in chat. Kino does
Some
anyway.
people do save the links. I don't know how to do that. I just
Yeah.
click on their name and post it.
I barely know how to turn on the damn computer, much less anything else.
How's your garden coming, D Dog? Stuff growing hot and fast now that it's warming up?
Yeah, it's getting a little out of control, trying to keep up with the weeds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
weeds.
how it is. We're getting overgrown. I feel like it's Machu Picchu jungle closing in on me, you know? I mean, we could seriously stand to cut a
No,
lot
wait a
of trees.
minute. I got a question for you. To be
Mm,
honest, since you said that,
yeah,
Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu.
So you're talking about the high Indies, and then your crap is growing like the high Indies. Okay.
Well, no, I don't mean this. Let me. Okay, there's a guy that does lidar. What's his name? Albert Lin. He's got a bionic leg, and he does shows with a lidar machine. He goes over them with a drone. It's called Lost Cities with Albert Lin. Anybody ever see Lost
Yeah.
Cities with Albert? It is the coolest show that I've seen in a like ever, probably. Well, you seen that show? And when he went to Machu Picchu, he was standing on top of a bridge, standing on top of a wall that had been like 9 or 12 feet tall at one time, but it was all everything had grown around it. He was standing on it, and it was trees and dirt, and it just like and it he revealed 60,000 buildings under that lidar machine.
Did you know how big that city actually was when it was created?
No,
50 Machu Picchu originally.
I don't know much about the history of it, just that.
Huh. Like
And
I
I,
said, I got a lot
but
of stupid shit in my head. So yeah, I used
but
to
I
watch
could
it all
show
the
you
time.
pictures. I could show you pictures of this land that I live on now. That when we lived here in '95, the tree lines there was no obstructions to the views. So we're on a rock outcropping, you know, and it's three sides round, just views. And now the trees are growing up, and it's like that's what 95, 05, 15. We're coming up on almost 30 years, and it's a California forest here in Humboldt County where it's a rainforest. It rains 6 months a year here, you know. So your garden, that's what got me started. Oh man, I think my gummy kicked in, and that's what happened. I'm sorry. I took a gummy a while ago, and it clearly because he got on and started eating a Pop Tart. So I thought he can't really talk because he's gonna eat that Pop Tart. You have a mouthful of sugar.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. That man can talk. I watched him
No,
eat and talk at the same time.
no. I'll let him finish. Hard to keep up with the weeds. That was a very short answer. That didn't really give me a lot of, room to. Well, what kind of weeds? Not those good cannabis weeds, are they? No, they're the kind you got to pull. So they're no good. They don't help you. They're not medicine. Pat King from Freedom Convoy
I
is still
bet
in
they are
because he refused to sign any documents they wanted him to sign. Who is that? Oh, Canadian Freedom Convoy.
Canadian.
I don't know who. I don't know what that.
Yes.
Oh, documents that they want him to sign. The police or something wanted him to sign something.
D Dog, did
Probably
you have
just saying that you don't monkey door.
D Dog? Did you have a successful day today?
Yep.
Thanks for elaborating. I appreciate that. That was
Okay, well,
very.
it's gonna be like pulling teeth tonight to get some freaking information out of you. You came up here to share something with us. I know you
Get
came
the
up here to share
flowers.
something with us. You come up here for nothing.
Now you
Well,
come up here just to give shitty answers and just fuck with us. Oh,
That
sorry,
that
didn't mean
could
to say
be.
that.
That could be. That's fun.
well, I got to hang out with my sheriff for a little while.
Cool, cool.
The
In a
one that
good way
signed
or a
off.
bad one?
He signed off on his your new. Was it your plates or your paperwork? You have paperwork
Well,
in your
he
glove
asked
box.
me that the next time I put another vehicle on the road
Yeah.
for me to show him how I'm doing it lawfully.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through and I showed him, my private property marker that's in the place that the state usually wants a license plate.
Yeah, I love this story.
And
This is a good
I showed him how it all fits. And I showed him in the Michigan Vehicle Code where it's an alternative registration because large corporations do a bulk registration for every vehicle they own.
right.
And under my private family trust, it's a consumer good. It's not a motor vehicle because it's not used for commerce. And we
I'm
went through
s-
all that, and I showed him, how I get the insurance on it, and he was pretty impressed. I said, and here's a little notice for someone to get a hold of you. You just sign here, and we'll staple your business card to it, and they'll call you, and if they have any questions.
I would like
And
that kind of personal
he was
service.
down for it, and he gave me his business card, and he signed it.
Righteous.
Wow.
And I think I said something damn near identical to that an hour ago.
About your property. Property
It's
your
consumer
righteous.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a consumer good. It's not. It's not a vehicle. They say, well, you was operating a motor vehicle. Who gives a shit? It's a consumer good. Once I pay for it, it's mine. That is a consumer good. Period.
Yeah, but as long as you identify it as motor vehicle, it's a commercial vehicle.
Correct. Correct. It is a consumer good. And that's what I've said many, many times.
Yeah, you can either call it an automobile or a mode of travel.
Automobile? Automobile? What movie am I? Long Duck
Dion,
Dog? Automobile?
Cheech and Chong.
No. Automobile.
No, that's what
Never
she's acting like, not what she's saying.
No, it's a very innocent movie, actually. You know what that reminds me of, Dick Dog? Is my mama's tiny house, trying to get it insured by our insurance agent. He didn't want to insure it. It wouldn't insure it like a house. So, or it was just a trailer that we made worth a lot more money now, of course. But everything inside it's insured. It's just not insured as a house. So that was the first time I ever caught wind of, or got introduced to something like that. Modified language. Actually, the other one was a canning kitchen under the house. They described the extra kitchen as a canning kitchen. As another modified language for the appraisers.
Hmm.
Because some had told me to hide it, and we didn't want to hide it. We weren't going to lie about it. We were just like, no, we're going to be straight up. We're not lying on this land. But so, and then the appraiser decided to make it a nice suggestion for us. Just call it a canning kitchen, because when his father died, we did pull it out. We told him we were going to, and anyways, so but he didn't know. So yeah, weird language with insurance and with um, whatever else, the law, I guess. Got to learn the language. Americans need to learn a couple different languages.
So when you let go of your ankles, did it hurt?
What do you mean? We didn't get screwed. It didn't cost us. No, we only paid $310,000 for 18 acres of land that we're on today, with 3 houses that were very
Oh,
badly neglected. They weren't like state of the art homes or anything. They were pretty hodgepodgey, septics falling apart, roofs peeling off, and foundations. Yeah, all the shit, everything, everything you could think of. This was the money pit. But 20 years later, it's worth a lot more money. But my husband doesn't want to leave. It's all his blood, sweat, and tears. He's poured everything in this place, and I can't really ask him to. Like, I don't push it as much as I could go move anywhere else and be happy. I don't have to be here. I don't really want to be here, but I followed him here. From Chicago, I followed him here, and it was better. So that was good. Way better than Southside Chicago. California is awesome for that, but you know, I don't know.
okay.
I can't get him to leave. So
D-Dog put up the screw it picture, so now
I
we're in trouble.
know. I don't know. I feel like I better put up my picture. I'm going to be quiet. Let somebody else talk around here. I just really wanted to get on and tell you about that. I don't know if that's a good constitutional group or not, Bonnie. As far as the assembly goes, I didn't know that guy talked about the assembly, but that was pretty much all I really. And I was just hanging out with you guys. I just can't seem to shut up, so I'm going to mute myself for a minute.
I always enjoy you hanging out, Deanna.
Thank you, honey. I know you don't
You
like the silence too
dog.
much, so I get on when it's all quiet for you, if I can. I'm like, oh, it's too
Thank
quiet on
you.
Bonnie's. I'm gonna get on there and liven it up for her. Be noisy.
And it's appreciated.
No, there's a liven it up. It matches my icon too. Oh, that's weird. That's strange looking.
Doesn't that jack with your
Whole
eyes?
face.
Excuse me. a second.
Oh, the Coast
T-Dog,
Guard
I
is
love
flying
that.
over. The Coast Guard is flying over. Where are
Boy, that would jack with my eyes so damn bad. I don't think I could do that.
I think he's looking for something.
Love in all the wrong places.
Excuse me a second.
Again?
It's just you, Shane. Go ahead, keep singing.
Oh, I mean,
Is he singing? Are you
no,
singing, Shane?
no, she hit mute so she could fart, and she didn't want everybody to hear it. So,
Shane
well,
Phelps. How dare
what?
you say that about my friend? Bonnie doesn't fart. What the hell is wrong with you, Shane?
Okay, she doesn't fart. She pippled. She pippled. That's what they used
Shut
to
up,
say
Shane.
down in
Yeah,
Georgia. Is
help a
they
girl
pippled.
out, please. Oh my gosh, you're in so much trouble.
Oh, I'm gonna get. Oh yeah, I'll get my school in here later, but I'll take my lickings when I get
You're
them.
dead. They pack it so fat it's falling out. Yeah. Mm.
Gee, Shane, you're lucky. I haven't been licked in a long time.
I haven't either, bud. I've had my
Yeah.
lickings, but it wasn't that kind. Maybe it was tongue lashings, I should say.
Bonnie!
Leave Bonnie alone. She's getting some icing.
Yeah. Boy, she better not be.
Oh my god.
Victor, here we go. Damn it. Where's Black
Hey,
Watch?
where's
Stupid
Black Watch?
daddy. Yeah, no shit. So they'll leave me
Where's
alone.
Black Watch? Huh? Why is he ignoring us tonight?
Hey, he's probably bouncing around somewhere.
Well, he
That
does
or out
always
pooping.
threaten it's the last time we're going to see him, so I never know. I'm like, well, was that it?
It was kind of odd that I haven't seen Ed this evening.
Oh, I saw. No, that's right.
He was
Edward.
Yeah,
on
he
with
was
us
on
till
another live.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, he was
I
on with
like
us
Ed.
till like 4
He's a good
o'clock in the
guy.
damn morning. Yeah, Ed stuck out for a long damn time. He was a lot of fun. You know, you get Ed behind the curtains. That boy is funny. That guy is.
Yeah, he's fun.
He talks. And you know, he don't say a whole hell of a lot when you're live, but you go
Mhm.
behind the curtain. Boy, that guy, he is comical as hell. Oh, he's at Chuck C's. I didn't even know Chuck C was still up because I seen my deal go off from Chuck. So maybe he just got tired from staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning, had to go to bed. Yeah, he was a lot of fun last night.
Where? Rescues?
No, on
Oh,
Bonnie's, we went
oh,
behind the curtain. You know, we signed
I
out
don't
and
want to hear about it. I don't
no,
want to
we
hear.
didn't do nothing wrong. We just there was a couple of us that
Oh,
stayed
it's like,
on and just hung out and
oh.
visited. I think Chuck was with us for a while, and we all just hung out and visited. And it's really neat to hear what people have to say when they know they're not live per se, and it's just really neat. You learn a lot of information from people, and you can really start to read people when you're not you know live because
Yeah,
people always put on a persona live
yeah.
that's different
Well,
than it is in the
no,
background.
not me and not D Dog. But you know what's funny? My friend Sarah, when I put her on the camera, like we did this video last week trying to explain the difference between isolate CBD and our flower CBD. And every time I put her on the camera, I'm like, okay, we're going live in 3 seconds. 3, 2. I go, hi, I'm Dee, and this is Sarah. And she's like this, hi. She just like freezes up every freaking time. She's so different than when we're live. And she just absolutely gets camera shy. And I just want to laugh at her because I'm like, who is this chick right now? You know, she's all like squirmy and squeamy and nervous, and a lot of
Yeah,
people do feel like that, but
D Dog gets real nervous when he's live
yeah,
too.
he's really nervous, you could tell.
Yeah,
He's
terribly.
got a fidget. His leg is probably just under the table bouncing like crazy.
He's got that nervous
Nervous
twitch.
twitch going on. Tourette's, no, he's
Yeah,
got it all
nervous
going
leg
on.
syndrome.
The only time I come down with a severe case of Tourette's is when I'm in line on Thanksgiving at Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes, I understand that one.
Way at the end of that mile long line, and you break into some serious Tourette's, they move you to the front of the line to get you out of the store. Swear to God.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't have to. Don't doubt it.
Oh my
I
God,
don't
that
know
is
why.
awesome.
I don't know why at your age now you're even standing in line at Walmart on Thanksgiving, or Winco, or wherever you are. Like, why?
Oh, because
Martha Stewart.
I like watching little old ladies fight over bullshit crap electronics that's still overpriced.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Because
And what
Martha
do you
Stewart
mean at
made out
his age?
how to
What?
make well. Because he's a little bit older than me, and even I know I'm getting my Thanksgiving shopping done 2 days before Thanksgiving. I'm not standing in no line Day before. I'll let my family members do that. Thank you very much.
I don't do Thanksgiving shopping. I'm sorry. I'll go cook a damn steak. I'll go to the local grocery store and grab me a damn steak and say to hell with y'all and steak.
Well, Bonnie's going to cook you Thanksgiving dinner this year, probably, I think. Right, Bonnie?
Well, that would be nice, but
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of it. Now Thanksgiving turkey cooked in peanut oil, a turkey cooked in
No,
peanut
we're
oil,
not
and
talking about food. No. I'll
put
get
it on
off.
the sandwich. That I can do that, but other than that, I don't give two shits about Thanksgiving.
No, the best turkey leftover sandwich is you take your turkey meat, you cook it in butter so it's all brown and crispy on both sides. Then you melt it with cheese, the melt cheese over it. Then you take a Larapin mustard sauce and put that over it and have it on
Oh
toasted
my
bread.
good lord.
That is very delicious.
You forgot to melt a gummy on it.
Oh, that's before and after. That's all day long. It's whatever. Where's my camera?
You just pop it in the microwave, lather on the mayonnaise, put the turkey on there, and it's yum.
Well, you got to salt the hell out of it too.
Microwave food,
No.
Bonnie? No. D-Dog, did you have a good meal tonight? Did you do
Yes.
I microwave everything.
Did you cook dinner?
Yes.
Meat and potatoes?
Meat, pasta, and a salad.
Oh, he ate very
So his
good.
hamburger helper and a salad, huh?
Oh,
No.
Shane, you can actually come up here anytime you want and go through my whole place. And the only thing that's pre-packaged is my Pop-Tarts, and that's about it.
And your fish.
Yeah, my fish.
Yeah, you
Because
gotta
I have
have
to
your
eat
fish.
healthy, because Dee will yell at me if I don't eat healthy.
You
Right.
invited Shane. I invited you to my place at least 3 times. And even my husband invited you today. I said, yeah, tell him he could come up. My husband's like, yeah, come on up.
Right.
I think that would be come over, but yeah, okay.
I said, bring that truck up here.
Yeah, but Shane was talking about a bullshit meal that came out of a box, and that doesn't happen at my house.
Anytime you
Hey,
say
Gabe.
hamburger and pasta, he thinks it's hamburger helper because that's what I eat a lot, and
Still?
that's what he calls it.
Well, my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, I called her the hamburger helper queen because that's all this woman cooked for my brother for damn near 10 years, every evening. And I was like,
Yeah,
how in the
that's
hell
my
do
mama
you eat
cooked
that
that.
shit?
It was a good
Once
night
in a
when we
great
could have
while,
it.
fine. But no.
When we were
not
having
every
hamburger
day.
helper, we were happy. We were like, hell yeah. Not pizza? Not spaghetti? Okay.
Yeah, and
Well,
spaghetti.
the meat that we had was not hamburger. It was, let's see, some muskrat, some rattlesnake, and what was the other one? I think that was some wild boar. No, yeah, wild boar out of Kentucky.
Well, at least
Where
the
did you get the
bacon was there.
rattlesnake from, being that far north?
Ugh.
I got a hold of the people at Marv's Meats in Brighton, and I say, hey, I want some fucking rattlesnake. And then they called me 4 days later and said it's here.
Chuck's
Okay.
in the back room, Bonnie.
No, at his channel, back room.
Oh, there.
No.
He's not down here.
Okay. You guys
Yeah,
are
I wonder
funny.
what happened to him because, like I said, he come on a long time ago, and I went and looked, and his channel had went off, so he must have went to the back room. So I didn't know.
And D-Dog, I don't know how you eat all that, but the wild boar I think I could handle. The rest, I don't think so.
Wild boar would be tempting.
Well, I'll
Okay,
tell you.
I brown all three, and then I make like a sweet and sour sauce for it.
Oh, that'll hide
Nice.
anything. That's a good way to hide it. Sugar, tang, heat. You can
Well,
cover up anything.
a lot of
Good
people
idea.
overcook snake. and it cooks out the protein. You got to be very careful how you cook snake because it is a very temperamental meat.
Isn't it
Snake?
chewy, kind of rubbery?
No,
You don't cook
no,
it
no.
right?
If it's
No,
cooked right, it's almost flaky like fish if you do it
is
correctly.
it really?
Yep,
I
yep.
like fish. I'll eat seafood all day long. I wouldn't. If I was starving, I'll eat anything.
Me too. I like fish.
Well, I'd show you the picture. Never mind.
Yes.
I'm not going to go there.
Those are really gross. You know that, and they're full of red dye, which is
I've,
really bad for you. Red dye, 40. I mean, it's probably going right to your brain.
Look at all
And like,
those.
I have never had any of what he is eating. I have
Look,
never had.
Dee, they're moving. They're moving. They're
I'm
swimming.
not looking. I'm
They're
not watching
swimming.
now.
They're
I'm not
swimming.
watching no. 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 Ugh.
I don't even know what the hell that is. Like I said, I've never seen it till D Dog brought it up. I have never once seen.
Swedish
that-
fish?
Yeah, the sweet.
Are you serious?
I'm
Oh,
from
I
Oklahoma.
haven't either.
I used
Yeah,
to pay.
D Dog was the
we
first
used
one
to
that ever
pay.
introduced me to that shit.
We used to pay
I think
2
it's a
cents.
Yankee thing.
It's a Yankee
We
thing.
no, we paid 2 cents a piece for fish at the little dime store, 7-9-11.
I've
They
never
were in
seen it.
bulk. Yeah, you could get them in bulk. Any candy shop had those fish. We had a lot of candy in the Midwest. Everyone's fat in Chicago, right,
Look, it's even
Benjamin? Are you
shaped
in
like
here,
a
Ben?
little fishy.
Yeah, that's all food dye. It's all gonna make you're probably gonna get cancer. Really unhealthy for you.
Yeah, but if
I'm
you
gonna
hold it
find you
up to
some
your ear,
organic.
if you hold it up to your ear, it sounds like the Swedish chef.
I'm gonna find you some organic ones. You never seen them, Anna? Really? Wow.
See? And
There's a lot
Gabe,
of,
you
like
ate
I said,
horse?
hey, I'm going to tell you what. I run across an old boy. They had a contract to do the Corps of Engineers mowing for the Fort Supply Lake out here, 70 miles from me. And I was out there camping, and I got to visit him with him. And he makes horse and mule jerky. And I thought, oh my God, I can't even try that.
Why
And
not?
well, he gave me a couple bags, one of each, and it was actually damn good. He knew what
Yep.
the hell he was doing. It was actually damn good stuff. I was just, you picture in your mind a jackass or I'm not talking about Biden this time, but you talk about, a jackass and a horse. It just doesn't. We've eat everything but that growing up.
Because they're for riding, not eating.
Well, depends.
Yeah. If I was to raise some sort of a critter, like sheep or hogs or whatever, and they were free range, I would definitely have, one or two jackasses around them so that if, wild dogs or something comes around, that the little critters will be protected.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
oh yeah, a jackass will. They are mean critters. Get this. Here's a funny story for you. I was standing by a fence that had a jackass in it. Was out back barbecuing and shit, and their jackass come up there to the fence, and he looked at me. And I thought, oh, ain't no big deal. And I'm smoking a cigarette. He reaches over and grabs that damn cigarette out of my damn hand and eats the son of a gun. And I'm thinking, you're one tough son of a gun. But man, he just did not tolerate cigarettes around him. He would attack your ass.
That's why they
And
call
he
him a
was
jackass.
not pleasant.
What a jackass.
Yeah, give me back that cigarette, jackass.
Yeah, no shit.
Kidding.
And it's kind of funny if you look at the debates and all that crap, and they got an elephant and a jackass on there. And guess which one's the jackass? The Democrats.
Yeah.
They are the jackasses.
Mhm.
So why would anybody listen to them? But anyway, I know that went off key, but anyway,
I think mules are better tempered than a full blown donkey.
I don't know if you ever
Shit.
explained it to me.
I didn't say
There's something in my there's something in here. It's gonna get me. Shit. What is it?
Well, maybe you shouldn't have eaten three gummies at the same time.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Come on.
Lay off the mushrooms.
It's, no,
Lay
you'll
off the
you see
mushrooms.
it. It's coming at me. It's gonna come get me. I'm gonna go. I gotta go anyway. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
Watch out, he's swimming to you. He's
I'm gonna
swimming
be
to
here.
you.
Lord of the spiders flying.
She started tripping hard. I don't know what she smoked.
Victor damn gummies.
Sharing is caring. Yep.
Oh my goodness. So, D Dog. So he goes nice. If we were to go, if we were to do that, okay, states on their own, and but not have it like it is, have a completely different setup, government, everything. Would we be going back to dirt roads and horses and buggies and
You really asking
or
that question?
yes, I am. Or do you think it would be better to? How would it be funded? How would the funding take place if the taxes are illegal, and if we're not supposed to pay anything for anything? Where would the money come from?
What? We're not supposed to pay anything for anything? What are you talking about? That Jasara crap?
No, I'm talking about y'all keep saying taxes are illegal. So and
Some taxes are. A flat tax is not illegal, and that's what pays for everything you do. Gas tax is a
okay,
flat.
and then we don't pay anything on our vehicles, and so I'm just wondering how anything would be funded. Even Social Security. Would there be no more Social Security?
Is there
Well,
any
Social
social?
No, that
Security,
still comes out of
Social Security on its own is illegal.
Yes.
okay.
That's something that has to be a state by state thing, and it needs to be a system that's locked down so the government can't just stick their fingers in it when they want to.
Thank you. Finally, I get a second opinion on that.
And why are you worried about money in Texas? Because Texas has the largest gold reserve out of the 50 states.
Well, and see, that's another thing. So, like, we can sell our resources to other states or trade.
You can do both. You can do both. Just because if they succeed, that doesn't mean that you're isolated. That just means that
Oh, I know.
you do not listen to the federal government any longer. That's all it means. Which all
But we would
states
still,
are like that anyway.
right. Well, and if the other states are agreeable to it, then we could trade and or s- exchange goods or whatever. Texas pretty much has a lot of its natural resources that could maintain it. I don't know if we grow wheat here, but I think we do. I don't know.
You
I
do.
mean, I know we grow alfalfa and stuff like that, but we do.
Yes,
Okay.
you do. It may not be down in the southern part, but I know up in the Texas Panhandle and all around the northwest Texas area, they grow wheat all the time because they can't grow
Okay.
corn because it gets too damn hot and it burns themselves out. Kansas has a
Yeah.
hard time. They do plant a lot of corn, but you got to be very careful that it didn't burn itself out. I've watched fields of corn that were great, and then across the highway, depending on the wind blowing, I've watched them burn out. It'll burn the damn plants plumb out, and they won't produce.
Yeah.
I didn't
And
mean to run you off, you dog. Sorry.
um, I've seen corn growing down at the coast or close to the coast, and I've seen rice and cotton growing down by the coast. And then in the valley, we have all the fruits and vegetables. And wheat was the only one I wasn't sure of.
Yeah, y'all got wheat, Milo. Y'all got it all down there in Texas, well, depending on where you're at. Because trust me,
Right.
I'm 25 miles from the Texas Panhandle. D Dog, I
Well,
sure hope it didn't upset you. I apologize if I did.
I know, or me. And Brenda, that's true, but um, at the same time, we have a lot going out through our government besides to the federal. Does that make sense?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, we are having to pay to finish the wall. We are having to pay to do whatever with these people invading.
Well,
We're
Texas should have
having
done that all along.
no, it shouldn't just be up to us to control it. I mean, it seems to me because they are going all over the United States that everyone should be sending, a few of their National Guard or somebody to help out.
Well, and I
It,
understand that. And I called Lankford, which is a piece of shit. And I talked to his secretary, and he never got back with me. She says he'll get back with you. He never did. And mentioned that we need to send our National Guards down there to help with them, secure that border. And
and it's all of them: California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, not
well,
just Texas.
and that's every adjoining state needs to help the state that has got a border, like Texas. Oklahoma is a bordering state. We need to help with that, in my eyes. And just like if you're in Phoenix, maybe or New Mexico, the bordering states need to help out to pay for some of the cost and divide the cost up between them. And then they don't have to get no money from the federal government, and the federal government has no say. But the problem is we keep paying too much into the federal government, giving them too much money for them to give us back crumbs. And even
And if it
Nancy
wasn't,
Pelosi said crumbs, and that was 6 months ago or a year ago.
well, yeah, but
It's crumbs.
if it wasn't, if it wasn't for the current, we wouldn't even have this problem.
Well, we all know this, but there's also, it's not what we know and what we have. It's, we got to do something about it our damn selves because no one else is going to, period. The federal government is here to knock our legs out from under us, and the
Hmm.
states need to take charge and just be them damn selves. You know, Oklahoma is a Indian country, since it was forced that way. And half of it was given back to the Indian nations. And that's the way it needs to stay. And do not sign another one. And we just need to break ourselves away from the federal government. And Texas needs to do the same. And that's just how I feel. We
Every
don't
state.
need the federal government to tell us what to do or to take our money from us for no reason. So they can fly around on jets and tell us to cut our carbon footprint, but yet they fly this $200,000 an hour to fly their shit. Bullshit. It's bullshit. Sorry.
What's up, D-Dog?
For any state to leave the union is foolish. We just need to have the states stand up and regain their sovereignty and put the federal government into check. And it's the state's job to do that.
Okay. Okay. I'll go with that. And I apologize.
No, it's fine. I'm used to people going off on their secession rant, and the only time the secession actually made sense is when um, Virginia got rid of that 10 square miles to make it our national capital. And the people have to work to restore the republics in their state. And that'll take the state corporation and put that on the low, because we need the states and the federal corporations to do business. And that the republic is supposed to do nothing but protect our rights. That's its only job and only purpose.
Correct. You know what would be neat to read? What would be really neat to read is when Virginia signed over that 10 miles. I'd like to read that contract just to see what it said, because you know, a person might be, if they read it and was able to get a hold of it, it may say something in there that we could take it back. Virginia could take it back at any time and dissolve what was there after so long, or if something was done illegal, because a lot of contracts are written that way. That would be neat to read just to see if it said something like that.
If DC got statehood, it would automatically be absorbed again into Virginia and lose statehood. And I dropped a link, and you can look for that document. It's in that list of documents from Yale.
Oh, wow.
Now Yale, what isn't that kind of a crooked college?
It doesn't matter. Their documents are good. I went through a lot of them, and they're between 96 and 98% accurate. So, I'm pretty comfortable with it.
Okay.
The only better place to go is National Archive.
Yeah, good luck finding that.
No, it's easy to find, but you have 20 billion documents to search through.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Just
Needle and haystack.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm having trouble with, that indie AA thing, finding the one.
Yeah, last I knew, I thought Yale was backing the Brookings Institute. You know, the Brookings Institute is backed by not so good people, and I thought them two were kind of in cahoots together. Now, I may I may be mistaken, excuse me. I thought them two were kind of in cahoots together, last I'd heard. But no, if you trust them, I'll trust your opinion because you know a hell of a lot more than I do.
You could also read the Treaty of Cession. 150 years ago, it was signed with Russia for us to get Alaska.
Correct. And didn't we have to pay Poland a little bit of money to get part of that or something?
I don't know. I didn't get too far into it because I don't know. It's not too relevant to me in Michigan.
Right, correct. Yeah, Alaska is kind of a. I, how in the hell we got that damn place or why we even got it? That was kind of odd to me. I figured that was just part of Canada.
The
For most,
resources.
well,
You know how
yeah,
much oil comes out of Alaska?
yeah. There's quite a few little drops that do. Not as much as Texas. Well, let me rephrase that. I am wrong. Alaska
I'd
does
say
produce
the same.
the oil there is, but Texas is right up there with it. And like I said,
Explain Hawaii.
there's a 5 state area right here in the Midwest down here, southern Midwest, that has the largest oil reserve ever known to man. But the problem is, it's so damn deep. No one wants to spend the expenditures to get to it.
It's no deeper than the rest of the oil in the rest of the world. The thing is that the federal government isn't offering patents for them to pull that out.
Mm.
The only one that opened up the reins on fossil fuels was Trump. Well, I don't mean
Huh.
patents, I mean permits. And your states have to get that property back from the feds so that they can issue the permits.
And then we could open back up the pipelines, like the Keystone.
Well, the Keystone would end up being a federal program, but it'll be the state's responsibility to complete it, and then they can charge a service fee for going through their territory.
That sounds all illegal to me. I just might. I mean, that's just kind of how I feel. I may be wrong, because I don't feel that the federal government has any control over any part of a natural state, and we allow them to use parts of our states, but I don't think they should own them. And which the federal government don't own anything, don't create anything, and doesn't develop or manufacture anything. They just take money from you and tell you they own it. I don't. There's some things I just don't comprehend. It's not that I don't comprehend it, but just I just don't understand how it got to this point of where we allow them to take over our lands and tell us what to do with it. So maybe I
It's
just
because the sheriffs don't know their job.
well, that is probably 1,000,000% correct.
Keeps going back to the sheriffs.
Oh yeah,
That's where it easily always goes.
Yep.
it all stems from the sheriff and beyond. Well, let me ask you this, Blue Dog, since you're on here. Okay, the governor is almost like the president of your state, correct?
The governor is the president of your state.
Correct. But yet, the sheriff can go arrest him if they feel he is doing wrongdoings, correct?
Yeah, and so can the Senate.
Well, I thought the governor was over the Senate, and he told the Senate when they, if they should convene on certain things, if they didn't want to, and they had to. I thought he could force them to do it.
He can call an emergency session, doesn't mean they have to do anything.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just like whatever the Supreme Court says, the state legislature and the governor can ignore them.
Correct. Correct.
Because
So
in
is it
America, the court judicial system has the least amount of power and authority. But everyone thinks that they're like the supreme law, and they're not.
Okay. Well, Bonnie,
it is an EO uh is that legal? Is it what do you call it? Do you have to follow it?
Well, do you have a job in the executive branch of government?
No.
Then you can ignore it.
I was going to
Executive
say,
orders are only for the executive branch.
Oh wow.
it's just a highly recommended suggestion, is all it is.
Well, it's not even that. It has to do with the executive branch. But if there's a law on the books that the president or past presidents have not been enforcing, there can be an executive order saying, hey, we're going to enforce this law now. And then the women have to have a red light on after 7 or 8 at night on the left side of their vehicle. Okay?
We're on their
No.
porch. Red light district.
Yeah, that's a law they haven't, been enforcing in about 100 years. And there's nothing to say that they're not going to bring it back.
Right. Right.
No.
Yeah, the supremacy clause is Article 6, Clause 2 in the U.S. Constitution. Even though it recognizes Supreme Court, but Supreme Court only gives opinions. They don't do verdicts or anything else. They only give opinion.
All right. I got to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Just remember, if you're looking at the ceiling, you're peeing on your shoes.
I'll remember that.
Well, you'll remember it shortly after looking at the ceiling.
What did she say? Our sheriff has been stripped of all his police credentials against. Wow.
Well, you guys could have put a claim against him for trespass of rights and maladministration. And inside 100 days of your first hearing on that, you will have an emergency election to place a new sheriff. Instead of waiting for someone else to do it.
Does it have to be a certain amount of people, or is one person capable of doing that on their own?
One person could initiate it, but it takes 2 to try him for treason.
Only 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
And every police officer that pulls over someone for speeding or no tags or whatever that doesn't cause harm to another, to their body or to their property, is violating their oath. And if they use those emergency lights, they're actually committing a 5-year felony to get your attention.
Really?
Yep.
They blind me.
And that's actually a USC code, and I don't have that folder with me.
Well, you'd be proud of me, D-Dog.
What? Did you miss your shoes and just get the carpet in front of the toilet?
No, I don't have a carpet in front of my toilet, but no. I looked up at the ceiling just to see if you was correct. But I had a good grip on things, so I didn't even miss.
Oh, so you had your tweezers. Cool.
Yeah, I had my tweezers out.
Did you take the pepper and when it sneezed, you grabbed it with the tweezers?
Well, I didn't know whether it was a hair or the other, so I didn't pull it, so I was safe.
Well, you know it's not a hair when it starts leaking.
No, I know that's right.
Okay.
That's how I knew which one to grab.
Okay, let's break out the little kid Detroit Zoo hat.
He looks like he's going to fix to get on a damn sailboat.
That's what Victor says. Here we go. He must recognize that.
Tiny bubbles.
Tiny bubbles. Now I had a. Never mind. I'm going to leave it alone.
What?
I said I'm going to leave all that alone for a minute.
Well, you should. You probably hurt that little hair.
Well, you know what happens when you keep touching it. Gets excited.
Good night, Miriam. God bless you too. Be safe.
Yes, it went sideways again, Canadian. You got a couple of ornery old fellers in here and an ornery little old gal, and yeah, things can go sideways in a hurry. We don't have squirrel mamas, but we can damn sure go sideways. I'd like to find out who this Finding Keno is. I wish I knew who that was. That would be fun. I don't know if that's the Keno game they play in Kansas, you know, where you bet on it, or if that's the what that is. Where's Gigi? Good question, Victor.
Gigi's been going to bed early because she's going to have her granddaughter, and so she's getting used to sleeping
like a normal person.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck with that because them damn kids don't sleep for the shit. Them kids are, you never know when they're going to sleep or they're not. You sleep when you can and tolerate the rest.
See, Canadian.
Well, thank you, Canadian Patriot. I appreciate that. Oh, trust me, I can go sideways in a hurry and I can go way off the rail or way in the gutter. but I try not to because it's I don't want to get a good scolding from Bonnie later.
Oh, yeah, there was something earlier just before I left that I heard a little bit of. What was it? Oh, well, it's not a
Oh,
bit
here we go.
important.
I'm fixing to get a scolding.
Eh, I can't remember what it was, so it couldn't have been too bad.
Even if I pee on my feet. Well, thank you, Canadian. Oh, you gotta love these people. That's what I love about the internet. You meet so many interesting people, and every once in a while you'll catch a comment that just makes you chuckle, and that's the beauty of this thing.
Yeah,
It's also the downfall of this too, but it is the beauty of it. But if I wouldn't have had the internet, I would have never would have met all these beautiful people with all this knowledge and all the grace. Shane, don't speak too much. She's going to scorn you. Yes, I know. I'm used to it. Trust me, Victor.
oh, yeah.
That's all right. She's already bought us a couple silver rings. I heard her say it the other night.
I don't think a 6.5 or 7 would fit.
No, probably not.
I wasn't even thinking of the size for me. It was,
Damn sure wasn't thinking the size for me. You was just buying silver, huh?
yep.
Then why'd you tell me you got two silver rings? Why'd you just say I bought some
Tell
silver?
you, I got some silver rings. And
Why
then
didn't you
everybody
say I
turned
bought
it
some damn
into,
silver?
oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then everybody turns it into, even though we're on hard luck, is like,
Yeah, I won't do that again.
Victor.
I didn't see them tonight, actually.
I know they do the week. They don't come on a whole lot. They do occasionally, but theirs
Yeah.
is usually mostly weekends.
You sound like you're losing your voice.
Me? Yes, I'm a little hoarse. I don't mean a Shetland pony. I just mean, yeah. I noticed it was a little raspy myself. Tennessee Fried Runner. That is hilarious. Yeah, Canadian Patriot. I've pulled a I pulled a hell of a stunt when I decided to go live over a year ago. And at times I regret it, but there's other times I love it. I love the controversy with people, and I love the back and forth conversation. I love the knowledge that comes out, but there's times that I get beat up a little bit, which I don't mind. I mean, everybody's got their opinion, but no, I love it. It's the internet has been a world of help for me. It pulled me out of the rough place I was in at that time. The research and just meeting great people.
Yeah, Brenda, that is so true. We never would have known.
Yep, that's it. Exactly what I was just saying.
Yeah, I know. And we notice when one of y'all are not here.
Do what?
We notice when one of them aren't here.
Oh, absolutely.
We appreciate them all.
There's a lot of great people out here.
Yep.
A lot of great people out here.
Well, we've been going for over 4 hours. I think I'm ready to end it tonight.
4 hours again?
Yeah.
Son. Chuck never did jump up here. Did you send him a link?
They were busy.
Oh, okay. I noticed he was in a chat for a minute. That's right. He was on somebody else, wasn't he? He was watching 2 stations.
No, they were back room, he said.
Yeah, that's right.
No, Victor.
Well, I'm not taking the good gummies. I sworn off THC. Nope. I had my bout with that, and it whooped my ass. So, when I get my ass whooped by something or someone, I'm done with that. I don't do it again. Another 4 won't hurt.
And Brenda, you are so right. If things were to get bad, and that's why I try to make all the connections I can in Texas. Because if I can help anybody, I will. Um, so it's good to get to know all of y'all and look at all the Canadians that we've found that you can reach out to somebody.
Oh shit! What is it? Probably a third of the Canadians, a third of the your population in your chat is Canadian.
Yeah. I'm glad you were able to stay awake too.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's what she said earlier, that she fell asleep listening to us last night. It's like,
That's pretty bad when people fall asleep listening to us, but depending on the conversation, I mean, I can understand it.
uh-oh.
Well,
We didn't
do you
have
know what
people.
I think's pretty bad?
Okay,
That
tell
a
us.
Canadian knows the U.S. Constitution better than 95% of Americans.
Yes.
That
No.
is no shit.
She is paying attention.
I have noticed that. Yeah, them Canadians, they're interested in what we have, and I don't know if it's because they want to come here or if that's what they're wanting in their country. And they've got a similar one. It's pretty close.
Hmm. Okay, it's your story. You tell it the way you want.
Well, I didn't say it was identical.
Well, even Dorinda is just like questions and avoiding, and that's me. I guess I have to hear it several times. I think I got it, and then it's, no, you don't. Dang
Well,
it.
like Canada and Australia, they're both democracies, but they're under a monarchy.
Aren't they under French rule?
No, they're under the Queen.
The Queen. Yeah.
Ah, well, didn't. Now, I thought one of them separated themselves from the Queen, and she wasn't allowed to come there. Now,
I
maybe
don't
Yes.
know. They're still a monarchy.
okay.
Did Australia? Or is that one?
I know Australia didn't yet.
Oh, okay.
And the French got pissed off at them. That's what it was. The French got pissed off at Australia because they took a contract from a different country for their protection on their seaward sides, I should say. Is that incorrect, D-Dog?
Don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with my lifestyle in Michigan.
Yeah, they got a little sideways. I know the French got real pissed off, but
The French are always pissed off.
oh, they pissed off.
And if you
They
go
just paid
to
that.
a gun dealing site, for now the French have some beautiful weapons, and
Yeah.
the caption underneath it is "military used, only dropped once."
Oh, wow. That's good, Brenda.
Well, the only time the French have ever won anything is when they were backing us against Great Britain.
Correct.
Susie Cusey, where are you from? South Florida. Oh, you said county. Okay. I thought it said country, and I was just. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm going to shut it down for tonight. Thank y'all for doing
Now, well, Susie, get with your county clerk
it.
about how to put a claim in against your sheriff. If you have a good county clerk, your county clerk will help you fill out the proper documentation. But make sure that you try to write it under the Constitution for Florida. And you can always get with a constitutional sheriff in Florida, and he will help you too. Like, what's the crazy ones going after all the dirty people out of Disney?
Oh, yeah.
He would definitely get in because he even has cases against pedophiles up in Michigan.
What the hell? How in the hell did you do that?
He's a freaking sheriff.
So they
One
can.
sheriff works with another sheriff, and things happen.
Oh, that's right. It takes two sheriffs to do something.
Well, when they're crossing lines, he's got 2 or 3 cases in Alabama. And he's teaching other sheriffs how to start a pedo type task force.
Cool.
Well, that should have happened a long damn time ago.
But even in talking to my sheriff, I don't think that they know everything that they are capable of doing.
Well, the most your sheriff will know is the documentation that I've given you to give him.
Yep.
And I could probably drop you 50 more links to give them.
Oh my goodness.
So just start them off baby steps.
Yep.
Don't overload Bonnie because damn.
I know stuff that'll if I got a chance to talk to Sheriff Mack and showed him some of the stuff I've learned, the top of his head would come off.
Wow.
Ah,
Okay. Well, everyone have fun.
You too, D Dog. Thank you so much.
yeah, it was
Yep.
almost a pleasure.
Well, I'm glad you had a chance to see me today, Shank.
Well, and I'm glad you got to come up here and correct me again, like you normally do. And
What about the proper way to pee?
yes, and I appreciate it. I take all your advice to heart. So yes, I always appreciate your advice and your direction. Always have, always will.
Yep. You know, we don't have to dismantle the nation and start over. All we have to do is correct the positions that are already in place.
Correct. I agree with that.
Yep. We
Now
can
that
either fight to rebuild the entire government structure, which will take us 20 years, or we can straighten out one position at a time, which will take us 20 years.
yeah,
And if we do one position at a time, then it's less disruption of people's lifestyles.
it's less disruption of what are you saying? The continuity of government, the
No,
COG.
no, it doesn't matter if there's any continuity of government. I'm
Okay.
just talking about the people's lifestyle. It's not going to change it if we go through things and do baby steps. The only thing that'll change at the end of like 3 years, they're going to have more money. End of 5 years, they're going to have even more money.
Ah,
But
okay.
we have to pull back the reins that the feds have over the states. We have to get rid of a lot of that,
Yeah.
starting with the Board of Education and then the IRS.
You know, I seen something today that said the IRS is on their way out. They're done. Now I don't know how true that is. Maybe that's just some hype or something. I don't know. But I read something today that said the IRS is done. They're out of here. Now I don't know how true that is. That would be one of the greatest things that ever happened. But that means the Fed would have to be gone. The Federal Reserve. You know,
No,
our
the
money
Federal
creator.
Reserve will always be there because there's a dual partnership. One part of it is the United States Postal Service, and the other part is the banks. So the Federal Reserve will be there.
Well, and shouldn't it be back to the Treasury instead of the Federal Reserve? Because the Federal Reserve isn't even owned by the American government.
Right.
It's all owned by Switzerland. Or is that a lie? I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is that every time the banks give out a loan, more money gets printed.
Yes. Yes.
It's bank ran, and it's under security of the United States Postal Service, which you don't need to confuse with the United States Post Office.
Right. Which a lot of people do.
Yeah, and there's a third entity there too, but we'll leave that one alone.
Yeah, I knew every time you got a loan for a house or a car, they just print the money and send it to the bank, and then the bank, supposedly loan it to you, which they didn't. They just give it to the car manufacturer, supposedly, and then you pay them with interest plus taxes. So you pay twice as much for something that was just produced out of thin air
Okay,
instead of having anything to back it.
all debt is prepaid. So
Okay.
you put in for a loan, the bank says, hey, you can come and get your check in 3 days. in that 3 days, what you want has been paid for. Okay. Now you have to pay the bank on money that came out of, um, God, this is when it starts sounding like sovereign citizen bullshit. But your name bought that vehicle, not the bank. And doing proper paper will make that whole loan go away because the vehicle's already been paid.
Is it the same with the house?
Same way with a house.
Yeah, same as yeah, and that does get borderline to what you're talking about, the sovereign citizen.
Yeah, but
Uh,
it's not. It's just the way that the system's set up.
correct, and that goes back.
And if you have a loan or a mortgage or something that's in default, I believe it's the 1020 form, proper filing of that makes that problem go away. Any debt occurred, you can use 1099A or S and it makes it go away. But it's all proper filing.
Yeah, I had heard something about that a long time ago, and like I said, I didn't get. I went pretty deep into that little rabbit hole for a while, and it's very confusing the way it all has to be done. But yes, it's all a bullshit lie, and I spent 2 years on that horse shit, and it was back and forth on all of it, and then
Yeah, but going down that rabbit hole, if you just would have gone through the tax code, it would have fixed everything.
well, and that's why I bought them tax books and found a buddy, and I told you about him, uh, and I went down through his books and read every damn word of it. I loaned it to a buddy. I just got it back yesterday, matter of fact, because it was some things I wanted to look up just for this purpose of when we're discussing it. But yes, he is, like I said, when he used to teach the government the tax code of the IRS, it made a lot of difference. And yeah, he was, like I said, he used to be a paratrooper, and he was a cop, he was a sheriff, he's running for sheriff. He's got 60 years old now. He's all tattooed up in the last 2 years. Looks like he just got out of prison, and he never went to prison. And it's all about, he's got liberty on one hand and freedom on the other, all the fingers. Yeah, he's all, and it makes him look like a thug. I'm not impressed. He's 60 some years old, 63 or 4 now. But I've been watching him for 3 or 4 years and followed him because he just had a lot of information that was interesting. And that's why I bought all the damn books. And he is the one that has the 1100 series, which is not published anymore by the IRS, the tax codes. And they will not release it. They're very hard to find, and that's the ones that have all the key information to what you can and cannot do, and who's responsible and who is not. They hide that part from us, and then you get these, you know, memos, or I guess it's envelopes in the mail saying you owe taxes. So you call them, and you get a call center, and they have an 80-page pamphlet, and every one of them say the same damn thing. And I know I've called 20 different ones. I've asked for their supervisor. Yeah, that's why I'm very big on that shit. Because I was sick of paying them. Sick of paying all their bull crap. Them taking money from us that they don't deserve. They didn't earn. We did.
Well, out of that entire big volume of tax paperwork, all that matters is one little sentence: federal tax is voluntary.
Yes,
That's all that matters out of that whole goddamn document.
that is very true. But people don't understand who gets to volunteer and who doesn't. And that's what I can't get across to people is okay, I'm going to shut up. So I'll get excited. Yeah, I'm very big on that. I love the tax conversations because I've read too much of the horse shit they try to expel on us and make us try to produce, which is all illegal. Never sign a federal form without information, and I quit. Yeah, I get excited about that shit. I get fun pissed off. They've been fucking us for so long. Excuse my French, Bonnie. Or English. Excuse my bad English. I get very pissed off about that because it's all, most all of it's illegal.
Well, is illegal the word?
Do
It's
what?
is illegal the word? It's against our constitutional rights, God-given rights.
It, it is illegal. It's unlawful to charge people other than a direct tax. Now, direct tax, I understand. I'm going to say that a direct tax is understandable because it helps pay for roads, uh, communities, housing. But indirect tax, like excise tax, is illegal. You pay your direct tax one time and it should never be paid again. But some states charge you every month excise tax for the value they feel your vehicle is worth.
Mm,
I don't agree with that.
yeah.
And I pissed him off again. Damn it.
I think he got a phone call. He held up his phone.
Oh,
All right, y'all. I'm going to close the stream.
Okay, everyone have fun. I gotta go.
all
You
right.
take care, D-Dog. Thank you. Good night. Unlawful equals unconstitutional. Thank you. Well, y'all have a good evening. Get some sleep.
Thank everybody for coming up. Come check us out. Or come
Yes.
check us out.
Thank
Excuse
you.
me.
Y'all stay safe. God bless you. See you tomorrow night. Good night.